Hello. Man, Lami is such a good song. Hello, hello, hello. Some PGR again. Woohoo! I know a lot of you like that, huh? I know a lot of people have been liking PGR. As evident from my previous like 3 PGR streams of what was it? Actually no, 4 previous streams. It was The Last Spark, Evernight Beat, and then both parts of Surviving Lucem. I'm very pleasantly surprised. Again, I've said this before, but I'm very pleasantly surprised to see just how well received the PGR streams have been. It's really surprising. Just goes to show just how great this game is. Oh yeah. Now, I initially made a mistake with this stream. I accidentally scheduled it for the 26th of October. By mistake. It was supposed to be for today. So. But hey, hello. So today, nothing too crazy. We're not going to continue with the main story right now, for the time being. I want to get through my character interludes. Get that done. There are a number of interludes that I have read before, but in the past. So I don't mind rereading them. Starting from Chrome Glory all the way through to Surviving Lucem. I might also include Selena Capriccio interlude, maybe. But we'll have to wait and see for that. Speaking of which, I did play through Recitativo the other day actually, which was fun. But man, that Recitativo took a while to get through. It took like an hour just to get through like one playthrough cycle of it. It was fun though. It was fun, and I think I got something new for it. Yes. There we go. We got Little Dream World, which I didn't read. I did skip it because I want to read that like on stream instead, without having to go through all the combat stuff. And then there's like 2 more. That means I had to play through Recitativo another 2 cycles. But I do want to check it out. I do want to read those because I am interested with Selena's story. Because she was mentioned in Echo Aria. We go through her interlude and everything, but then that's it as far as I know. So I want to know where she goes from Echo Aria, you know? Alright. So again, for today, it's just going to be character interludes alongside the hidden nodes in some of the interludes that I did unlock a while ago. So, in a previous stream, I did go through some of the hidden ones. I did go through Lucia's. Yeah, I did go through both Lotus and Plume. And I did do this. Yes, I did do this during my time playing. I think it was like after I cleared through Fern Knight. Some of the stuff I did unlock, some of the stuff I did read through, and a lot of the hidden nodes are actually fairly short too. I can't remember where I last left off with the hidden nodes though. I remember doing Garnet's, and I remember doing Rosetta's hidden interlude or hidden node. What did you choose? I don't remember. I wish it would tell you. Oh wait, no, I don't think I did Rosetta's. No, I didn't do Garnet's either. I don't remember. I did do this one. I do remember this. It was like a letter telling Hassan that Sophia should be on Babylonia or something. So I remember that. I think I went up to Arclight. I think. Again, I really wish it would, when you go to these, it would say clear for the hidden ones so you know which ones you did. I really just don't remember. I might have to look back on my VOD. One of my VODs. Hang on. Actually, leave that for later. Alright, so we're gonna start in order from, because I didn't do Chrome Glories at all. So we're doing that. I did do Luna's, yeah. So we're gonna do Glory, Interlude. Oh, whoops. Go through Glory, Interlude. We're gonna reread Garnet, reread Roland, reread Imperia. And let me see patch. I might include Capricci on this. I might. Pulau was like the last one. Oh wait, no. I almost forgot about number 21. I gotta reread hers. So I forgot about her. Okay. Let's start with Chrome then. Chrome Glory. The chess player. Alright. Banquet. Stepping back into the Smith estate, Chrome feels an odd sense of nostalgia. He has never returned home with this sensation in the past. Since becoming a construct, his home has been the lounge he shares with Strike Hawk. His communications with John have mostly been done through his comms. The furniture in the estate looks identical to how it was when he left. Even the vases, and framed paintings have not moved an inch. It is as if his home and the person living in it have frozen in time together, in a fittingly cold, indifferent house. Facial scans completed. Confirming identity. Identity confirmed. Construct, Chrome. Welcome back. Right. I'm back. Mr. Smith is waiting for you in the study. Understood. Thank you. He smiles at the robot, and before he leaves for the study, he lays his hand on top of its dome-shaped head, gently giving it a pat. Mr. Smith, I've heard about the specialized frame from Nicola. The risk it poses is still too difficult to gauge, and it comes with complicated baggage. I think it's best for you to put your attention elsewhere before the technology is mature. Stop getting sidetracked and learn to identify what is worthwhile, like how I taught you. I'm actually here to talk about this. I've decided to take part in the specialized frame experiment. You don't want to stay as a construct captain of a scout team forever, do you? You're my son. You'll enter the administration eventually, so you have to start preparing for the day when you stop being a construct and become someone that actually matters. Chrome looks down and swipes his hand over the table, and a holographic projection of a chessboard appears above it. Pardon me, Mr. Smith. Would you play a game of chess with me? What is this? I don't think you've seen me fight on the field, have you? Are you talking about those pointless missions? I'm too busy to read those reports. I only care about the results. And I already played you in the past, remember? Twice we have played, and twice you have lost. I've been practicing and improving since then, but you haven't given me another chance to prove myself. I don't like wasting my time. What if I say that this is the first game between us? What do you mean? You're no longer playing Langston. You'd be playing Chrome. I want to show you how I think, and, if I can, what I've been thinking. The many questions you have for me will also be answered by this game. I hope you won't be embarrassing yourself. Chrome nods in courtesy before gesturing for John to be the white player and make the first move. John thinks for a second before issuing his command. Pawn, e2 to e4. The projection of the chess piece advances on the board. This is how we started the first time we played. Pawn, e7 to e5. So, you still remember. I remember every game we played. Staring at Chrome, John issues another command. Chrome stares back and responds in a relaxed manner. The black pawn moves to d6, forming a line of defense. You've been playing the exact moves as before. So have you. I thought you would change. The way you want me to. It's not the time yet. It is an opulent display. People in lavish clothes walking between tables laid with the finest food and the freshest flowers. The chatters and stale laughter bouncing in the room, reverberating in his audio system. As if a reenactment of a time long past, this place looks just like a feast of the Golden Age. While many are fighting with their lives on the front line, some are here, at the topmost level of Eden, living luxuriously, no different from how they did on Earth. Some people go to hell, while others go to heaven. The dissonance makes the young man frown. He should not be here. The smell of gunpowder burning in barrels, the feeling of the mud in the trenches, the pain of his skin tearing when engaging an enemy. That is the life he knows now. Instead, he is wearing a suit that does not match his station, standing in an indulgent hotel ballroom coated in gold, holding a glass of wine someone handed him. He is a construct. He does not eat or drink. Langston. His wandering thoughts return, and he finds John Smith looking at him. My apologies, Mr. Smith. Follow me. John does not scold him for spacing out. He just leads Chrome into the crowd. Chrome stares at John's back before leaving the wine glass on the table and catching up. They are a Babylonian officer and a councilman. They've been hoping to meet you. Two middle-aged men nod at John in appreciation before turning their attention to Chrome. Langston Smith, I've heard a lot about you. Leading an elite team to locate and help destroy 23 corrupted clusters, taking back 5 major bases, being decorated soldier and a chief from the FOS Military Command College. I expect nothing less from the son of John Smith. I'm sure it comforts you to know that you have a worthy successor, Mr. Smith. You're too kind. There's still much I need to learn. Humility is a virtue, though one rarely found on a Smith, I must admit. The officer laughs as he claps Chrome on the shoulder, his gaze slightly drifting with a hint of hesitation. I was curious how the Smith boy would turn out to be. I was expecting that he actually went and turned into a construct. A construct. I guess that's the end of him getting any real power. I suppose this is the end of the line for the Smiths. What else can he do? Gamble his legacy on a construct? The constructs are just puppets without a human. Do you see? As remarkable as you may be, what you can obtain as a construct is limited. You've always been a smart boy. You should know what I'm talking about. The war will be over one day. Have you thought about what awaits the constructs once their duty is fulfilled? I've always taught you to look to the future while watching the present. You should be thinking about what happens afterward. The Smiths think further than everyone else. That is how we have survived and thrived until now, through all kinds of calamities. We do not care about bloodlines. What we care about is the legacy of our name. So, human or construct, you are the successor of John Smith. That will never change. All you have to do is move forward and complete your tasks flawlessly. Show me what your future is. You've picked the path of a construct. It means you have to work for it even harder. It means you will find even more difficulties and hard decisions ahead of you. Nicola mentioned your performance outside City 75. Lowest construct casualties, highest threat removal rate, all under your lead. You even managed to update Babylonia on the red tide despite the signal interference. And the missions before that. You have completed them all perfectly, irreproachable. But do these small victories satisfy you? I was simply doing my job as a construct. My current teammates. Have you become that gullible after knowing those constructs? John looks at the busy, bustling ballroom in the background and continues. This is the real world, Chrome. Past or present, power is the only thing that matters. During the Great Evacuation, the most invaluable supply ships and the most exceptional soldiers were used to transport meaningless junk, simply because those junk belonged to people with power. Do you find it ridiculous? But if it weren't for the sponsorship of those people in power, constructs wouldn't have been created, and Babylonia wouldn't even lift off. There is no era when you can ignore the profits power brings. You should understand what to abandon by now, and what duty you should have accepted long ago. Enough with playing house. Time to get back on track. With that, John leaves Chrome and walks away. Abandon your past. You have no need of it anymore. His father left him with the same parting silhouette back then. What happens after we win? Truly, I have not thought about that. Someone has asked him a similar question, he thinks. This was what he answered. Will Kamui really do as he said, and go play all the games he is interested in, even trying to make a living out of it? Regardless of his plans, Wan Shi will finally get to take a good rest without getting dragged into a mission from his sleeping pod in the middle of the sleep. Kids love him. Maybe he can return to his old department and continues his career after the war. He was so good at it. From Chrome's perspective, they all come with infinite possibilities. But will the future after they win turn out as perfect as they imagine? The faces of the powerful elites float to the top of Chrome's mind once more. The real world, is it? All he can see is a charade, its foundation crumbling at any second. That is not the world I'm living in. He quickly scans the room and soon notices something strange and concerning among the crowds. Layout. On to the next. Black Knight moves to c6. White pawn advances on one square to c2. Bishop c8 to g4. Your intention to attack is obvious. You used to be less aggressive. Those sharp edges of yours will make you a target. All you did was expose this area for me to attack. Haven't I taught you to lay low and wait for the right opportunity to strike? The White Queen moves to b3 with John's command, her threat plain as day. Unless I am equipped to handle what happens next. I too am capable of noticing the possible traps. Chrome signals the Black Queen to move to d7, protecting the pawn on f7. You might think I've shown my weaknesses, but my position might not be as penetrable as you thought. Where's Asimov? Why isn't he here? Didn't we invite him specifically? I heard he's working on something about a specialized frame. Probably too busy for this. When was the last time you saw him at a place like this anyway? Touché. but the Science Council is paying a lot of attention to his little project. It could turn out to be something important. But if it were up to Nikola, he would have invented all kinds of terrifying weapons. If we don't keep him in check. Sure, better weapons mean a better chance to reclaim Earth. But to them, something uncontrollable is hardly worth the trouble. I heard some councilmen proposed a bill to increase our hold on the constructs. The president has sent rejected it for humanitarian grounds. Humanitarian grounds? Honestly, do they still count as humans? Wasn't the bill proposed because of that incident? The way that construct lost control? I heard some civilians were hurt because of that. The chatter from the guest, not far from him, has caught Chrome's attention. He looks at them, his head tilted. A construct lost control. I didn't hear anything about that when I was in the base. No construct has been punished for assaults either. It's a severe problem if a human is attacked by a construct. Could someone be spreading this rumor intentionally? At this stage, exploiting a construct to push for one's agenda is a desperate last resort. Anyone in a position of power would be foolish to do something this self-sabotaging. On the other hand, Chrome understands constructs well enough to know that deviating minds and regular military constructs is nigh impossible in a place like Babylonia without external stimuli. Something is afoot. Thinking that he needs more information, Chrome proceeds to find John on the other end of the ballroom. Mr. Smith, there's something about Mr. John Smith. Councilman Tram wishes to talk to you about the project regarding restarting the central purifications filter in City 89. I see. John turns and looks at Chrome. If you want information, you need to look for it yourself. John follows the servant away and leaves Chrome after his parting words. As John walks away, something that Chrome has been ignoring becomes blatantly clear. Even when the humans on Babylonia know little to nothing about the process of becoming a construct, it is impossible that no one knows about his transformation due to who his father is. After all, there is nothing better to gossip about than the rich and powerful screwing up. Shifting his back to the room, Chrome can feel gazes upon gazes fixated on him, but they all dart away the moment he turns to look. He adjusts his audio module and listens in on the chatter of the crowds. Look, isn't that? Why is there a construct here? Shh. Did you hear what Smith just said? It's still his seat, so keep your voice down. But why dress like a human when he's already a construct? Who can tell what the high and mighty thinks? Hey, you better stay away from him. Right, lest he loses it like a construct earlier. Humans on Babylonia rarely come into contact with constructs. So, where do their impressions of constructs come from? I ought to investigate. Chrome straightens his collar and heads toward the talking guests. With a polite smile, he salutes the embarrassed-looking crowd. About what you just said, would you mind telling me more about it? Classified Laboratory B3, Babylonia. Footsteps approach from the empty, expansive hall outside. With a light ring of acknowledgement from the retinal scanner, the heavy doors to the laboratory slide open. The lights from the corridor outside illuminate the dark room. A young researcher is sitting between an array of glowing monitors, and he squints toward the door. What's the result? Based on the previous tests, Lucy has indeed retrieved all her memories. Her mind has been stable so far with no sign of deviation. And her frame? She doesn't seem to have any problem using the plume frame either. The instability we saw before has greatly improved as well. As of now, the plume frame is more or less fully realized, functioning the way I designed it to be. In that case, we can finally move on to the next stage of the specialized frame project. Is there a problem? The draft of the next specialized frame is just about complete with the data I've got from Plume. There are simply not enough samples and data on specialized frame for me to reference. And unlike Plume, this new frame has no compatible data from an original source. We will be facing many complications even when we are just trying to get someone to adapt to it. The research has already hit a bottleneck. If we want to move on to the next stage, I need an exceptional construct with mind stability way above average. I need to find someone who matches the criteria and is willing to volunteer. I'll leave it to you then. Martyrs. The game continues on the chessboard. The white knight maintains its advances while the black pieces defend. C4 to F7. H6 takes F7. Queen B3 to B7. And now, the black knight on C6 and the rook on A8 are both threatened by the white queen. Chrome will have to sacrifice one of them. The black side has already lost 2 pawns and a knight. So, what will your choice be? Chrome concentrates on the board, knowing that this is a challenge his father set up for him. If I can't come up with the best solution, I won't be able to convince him. I won't be able to convince myself. With that thought in mind, he reaches out to the chessboard. The holographic chessboard only requires voice inputs to move the pieces, but Chrome decides to pick up the projection of one. What he is about to do will put the rook on the right in a dangerous position. The blue glow of the projected piece shimmers between his fingers, and Chrome puts it down firmly on the board. Boom. The grenade from the corrupted lands less than 50 meters away from the base, sending shattered stones across the defense line. Watch your back. Keep your eyes open. Squad 1, pay attention to where the corrupted are. Don't let them cross the defense line. This is the last place we can stop them. Following the captain's command, a few constructs rush forward and open fire on the approaching corrupted. A white shadow suddenly flashes by with lightning, catapulting the corrupted away with the stroke of a scythe. Stay back. Squad 2 Captain, please take your team back to the CPF. You are Captain Chrome from Strikehawk. We've cleared the corrupted from C2 to C4, and we're here to back you up. If we retreat now, the corrupted will take over the area. They won't. There are facilities from the post-pandemic age in this area. If we lure all the corrupted here, we can launch an EMP strike. But if you don't leave in time, constructs will also get affected. How do you know about this? Retreat first. I'll cover you. Alright. So, for this hidden node, to unlock this hidden node, let me read here. In the chess player, focus on the white pieces first. If done correctly, there will be a chess move displayed after each wave. Okay. Squad 2 is too depleted and needs to be able to withdraw quietly without too much engagement. Main corrupted must be destroyed here before the reinforcements come. Well, I can't. There's nothing different about either one of these two. So. That. I don't think this is the right node for it, so it might be the next battle node. Sweet. Okay, there we go. I got hit by that. It's fine. Okay. Threat in this area has been eliminated. Squad 2, report your evacuation status and location. Our evac task, disrupt. Implement. The communication signal is lost. Simulate their route based on terrain and the corrupted distribution. Narrow down their coordinates. That way. This way. Okay. Cap, we've made contact with the squad near the dead zone. They're heading for the rendezvous in Zone C. Retreat route secured, ready to receive the squad. Good job. Now, we just have to make sure that Squad 2 can meet with the retreating team. Based on what we arranged, we should have retreated by now. This is Chrome from Strikehawk. Squad 2, please respond. I'm at the rendezvous. Please approach the target location ASAP. Forget it. I'm the only one left. Squad 2 is down. I'm carrying out my Commandant's last order. What order? I wasn't notified. Blow up the factory. To do so, I have to lure as many corrupted here as possible. Understood. You still have enough time to retreat after the explosives are primed. I'll meet you as we planned. That won't be necessary. This is the end of the line for me. What are you talking about? There's still time. This time I live. What about next time? Will I still be that lucky next time? If you can't move because you're hurt, just stay where you are. I'm coming to get you. Rome, take a look around you. Look at the collapsed walls and ruins. Look at how all breathing things are surviving on food and rustic cans and water and filthy pools. Might all we want, but the virus is always a step ahead of us. I can feel it, Chrome. It's evolving. A teammate from my last squad is still lying in the construct maintenance department. I haven't seen him step out of that room since he was wounded in our last mission. Sometimes I think I'll never get to see him again. Like how we'll never get to see the day we win this war. We will win. A better chuckle comes through the comms amidst the buzzing and from signal interference. Even if we live to see the day we win, there won't be a future for us, will there? Do those humans on Babylonia know about the sacrifices we made here on the surface? Do they care? Perform well. The future of Earth lies on your shoulders. Bring home some medals, yeah? I'm sure your father will be pleased. You. To them, we're just tools. Even if our bodies are decimated by the corrupted, we can still fight as long as our minds are intact. But we have to risk losing our memories, forgetting why we fight, forgetting those we love. I became a construct because someone wanted me to, but it's been so long since I've seen that person. Have you not lost a teammate before? Don't you know how the big shots feel about those constructs who are heavily wounded or even sacrificed? What happened? What happened to the original squad, Mr. Smith? They're no longer deployable. Don't worry about that for now. The Science Council will handle it based on those circumstances. Can't they return to the battlefield? They'll return to where they belong. That's how wars go. If surviving the war is already too much for us to wish for, what hope do we have when it comes to living after it? Unintelligible mumbles come through his comms. The mourning of a person who can no longer move with the weight on his shoulders. I really am so very tired. This isn't that bad a way to go. Almost there. Chrome knows nothing he can say will comfort the construct on the other end. All he can do now is run as fast as he can toward the construct's direction. Sparks fly as his frame runs at maximum speed, the cooling system inside struggling to keep up with the heat it is generating. A single misstep now means a devastating fall. The cooling system is not enough. Mobility. Just a little faster. It's an honor to talk to you in my last moments. I respect you. I've heard that you volunteered. I thought you were just another perfect facade the folks at the top created to comfort us. But the things you've done have changed my mind. I respect it. You could have lived a comfortable life on Babylonia. If it were you, maybe. The construct's voice slowly fades, barely audible. Should be able to get there quickly from here. Now is not the time to be overcome by emotions. He has to act to prevent something like this from happening again. Chrome crashes into the factory, frantically searching for any ally signal in the area. Eventually, he finds a construct lying in the corner of an assembly workshop. Eyes closed, the construct is no longer conscious. His frame is still running in preservation mode. It's not too late. This is Chrome from Strikehawk. Target found. I repeat, target found. We're coming back. Save him, Chrome. That was Martyrs, okay. Path. So it is for a later node, later combat node. Standing before the door of the construct maintenance department, Chrome stares as the room lights up, and he clutches his fists. Why did you come? I won't let my people die in front of me. We can't escape the fate of being abandoned. You might have saved me this time, but the humans will still throw me away in the future. Why won't you just let me die there and then? I won't let that happen. Why? Because I'm an invaluable tool? Does it cost Babylonia too much to lose another one of us? You should see what the people in the maintenance department are like. Take a look at how they treat the wounded. A member of my team was a doctor there. He once said, "You matter because you are you." I saved you because you are you, and that reason is more than enough. Never give up your life so easily, even when you are a construct. Doesn't matter what our bodies are made of, a life is priceless either way. I will not watch a teammate die, and I will not accept a future where constructs are tossed aside. Hey, you are. A familiar face suddenly appears before Chrome, his right arm secured in front of his chest. Squad 2 Captain. I can't believe you'd remember me. Noticing Chrome's gaze on his broken arm, the construct captain laughs and waves his functional hand around. Almost got my whole arm torn off. Luckily I was a quick shot. As for this, well, the maintenance department is packed to the brim right now, so I thought I'd just get a quick treatment until they're done being so busy. How about you? Why are you here? Chrome hesitates for a second before revealing how the other construct attempted to sacrifice himself to complete the mission. Is that so? That guy's still in there. Thanks for saving him, Chrome. I hope he survives. That's not enough. Even if I've managed to save a few constructs this time, this will still happen again and again. If I don't come up with a real solution, if I can save him from destruction, but not desperation, I can drag him away from swarms of corrupted, but I cannot lift him from the abyss. A real solution, is it? You're quite incredible, I must say. Just the endless fighting is enough to tire me out. He wasn't always like this. He used to be quite easygoing with all his dirty jokes. The squad he was in was completely wiped out in a scout mission. When the rescue force arrived, he was about to jump into the red tide. It took them a lot of effort to keep him from diving in, but still, he changed after that. No one knew what happened during that mission. It wasn't until his maintenance was over that he found out the commandant from his original squad was promoted and transferred to another team. Chrome finds his chest aching as the construct captain explains. Abandoned, is it? Probably thought he wasn't useful anymore. We're just tools to those humans after all. Perhaps there's nothing strange for them to throw us away when they're done with us. We're fighting to reclaim Earth right now. I wonder how the humans will see us once our job is done and the war is over. Tools. It's not hard to understand then why he'd lose the will to live. Why he'd rather it all end back there. Does no one want to change this? The construct captain takes a look at the murmuring Chrome. Our squad was sent to cover the evacuation of a refugee camp under attack from the corrupted on a past mission. Something went wrong with our planned route. And we went through an area full of the corrupted. We tried our best to take the refugees to safety. We went through layers of corrupted to save the kids in the camp. I had to carry the children back to the safe zone against a hailstorm of bullets. But when I put them down, one of them looked at me and cried. He cried and he yelled, "It's a monster." I took a look at my reflection in the river, and that was when I found out that my whole body was scarred and burnt from the attack. Especially my face. Since the temperature of the shrapnel that hit it was too high, the artificial skin of half of my face had melted. I suppose a human wouldn't even be able to stand. While I stood in front of the child, looking like I'd be joining the corrupted at any moment. Realizing that, my mind deviated drastically. Then I got sent here. A very talented doctor treated me then. Not only took my delirious complaints seriously, he patiently comforted me. For a moment, I felt like I was treated as a human. It made me less desperate. It made me think that perhaps humans and constructs can understand each other. It should have been like that, shouldn't it? We were one and the same originally, weren't we? Humans will always fear the things they don't understand. They do that because they never understand what constructs are. A single slander on constructs can create panic among humans. How could I not notice that? What can we do then? We are constructs. We travel from the battlefield to the maintenance department and back. We accept missions, and then we complete them. The humans who survived, those sitting on their thrones comfortably in Babylonia, barely have the chance to know us. Who has the time to consider the relationship between humans and constructs when we can barely survive and win this war against the punishing virus? The construct captain pats the silent Chrome on his shoulder. The doc is asking for me. I should get going. Don't get too obsessed, you. The joint operation is a success in the end. The factory overtaken by corrupted has been destroyed, and the commandant in charge of the operation has been highly commended. But the names of the wounded and dead constructs in the battle have not even been mentioned. Chrome's monitor shows the news of a commandant getting a promotion, followed by a rousing, inspiring speech. He clutches his fist. I can save him from destruction, but not desperation. I can drag him away from swarms of corrupted, but I cannot lift him from the abyss. Even having chosen to become a construct, all I can do is follow the rules and complete the missions, earning praises, just like before. You even stopped asking about your teammates' whereabouts after a word from your father. Are you lost? Who are you? I'm you, silly. Are you afraid? You're afraid that you've made the wrong decision. You're afraid that your choices will lead your team to their doom. Because you've never made any choice for yourself in the past. Every move you make them in other people's shadows. You're thinking that if only you were human, You'd be able to fight for the rights of your fellow men and lead them away from their inevitable end. As a mere construct and a squad captain, you have no power to sway those arrogant humans and their prejudices. I'll find a way. The resources he could get as Langston, and the power he has gained as Chrome. Can they be the missing pieces of the solution? I will. Like a stone being dropped into a lake, his memories follow the ripples and hit him in waves. You've heard from the staff, haven't you? I'm John Smith. I'll be your father starting today. What is it? We should get going. I still have... The blonde young boy looks back at his dark room and his half-packed suitcase on the table. From now on, you are Langston Smith. Abandon your past. You have no need of it anymore, nor anything from it. No need of it? It doesn't matter who you were. Who matters is who you will become. I'll teach you how to identify what is worthwhile and what to abandon in the future. Okay, Mr. Smith. The door closes, forever leaving his beloved storybook behind on the table. Smith. Why do I have to become a Smith, sir? Because you're the son of John Smith. You will become the perfect being and inherit everything of mine. What is a perfect being? That is the pursuit of every Smith. Once you become one of us, you will discover the answer to this question. You will search, and you will be. FOS Military Command College. Constructs? That's where you're going next. You should know the gist of constructs by now. They are the modified soldiers fighting on the surface. And you, Langston, will be the one who commands them. Are constructs heroes? What are you doing with those pointless words? Those masquerading titles serve no real purpose. Because the president said that constructs are hopes and spark. Heroes is just a facade. If a leader needs the masses to sacrifice themselves, a glorified title is the best and cheapest tool. You should have known this by now. Become a commandant, gain victories, grasp real power, and proceed to higher places. That is what you should do as a Smith. Is that so? Don't disappoint me. I understand. Is this your son, John? Greetings, sir. I heard your boy got the highest score ever recorded in the practice test. Like father, like son, I say. Truly worthy of the legacy of the Smiths. We'll be counting on you to take care of us then. The Smith estate is frequently visited. Most of the time, he just needs to keep to his study. If he runs into the guests on his way to school or back home, he will properly greet them. That is Langston's routine on top of his path to becoming a Smith. The guests, their faces all blurred together, will pat his head and compliment him as an excellent successor. Except he has no interest in them. These praises are for a Smith, and he has yet to become one. If he keeps going non-stop, day after day, then one day... What a waste of time. The part of you that remains when that shell of a body is cast aside. Even if we live to see the day we win, there won't be a future for us, will there? I thought you were just another perfect facade the folks at the top created to comfort us. Victory will belong to humans. Langston was raised to be a leader. Constructs to him then slowly became data in the simulated battles. There were resources he could use, his leverage to reshape a fight. But ever since he became a construct, he has realized that constructs are no different than humans. they also feel pain and tired. They laugh when they find something funny and cry when they see something sad. The contempt, distrust, even the caution and fear are all very real, despite them hiding in the shadows as they wear down the soldier's will and corrupt the human's heart. Humans will always fear what they do not understand, especially the elders in positions of power. They know little about the evolution of technology, and constructs are no more than weapons used to reclaim Earth to them. But the only difference between constructs and humans is what their bodies are made of. Despite no longer being flesh and bone, constructs are still humans. They deserve the same future. When humans reclaim Earth, the names in the history books should not just belong to humans. If constructs cannot share a fate with humans, their divide will only grow, and when the distrust bubbles and boils over, they will never be able to understand each other again. Someone has to change this. If he had not joined the feast as a human, he would not have retrieved intel that could turn the situation around. If he had not become a construct, he would not have discovered the unfair treatment they receive. Humans and constructs need a bridge that connects them. Maybe this is something he can do, being both. If he wants a say in this, he has to be strong enough. If this is what is necessary to achieve his goal, he does not mind taking advantage of himself. He opens his comms and finds the person he is looking for and sends out the transmission request. This is Chrome from Strikehawk. Mr. Asimov, I didn't think you'd already have learned about the specialized frame. I heard some rumors about it on a feast I accompanied my father to. To be fair, I would have found you if you hadn't come and asked. There's no doubt that you are the best person for this project. But have you looked into the cost of equipping a specialized frame? I've heard about it. I understand the risks. I've made my choice. Then allow me to explain the details of this frame. The chess player. Alright, this is where you can try and unlock the hidden node. So focus on the white chess pieces first. If done correctly, there will be a chess move displayed after each wave. Okay. According to the guide. Oops, hang on a second. Okay. You have changed indeed. But I still have more pieces than you this time. Are you just trying to get to a pointless draw out of this game? No. Chrome looks at the chessboard, then closes his eyes and thinks. Eventually, he raises his head to meet John's gaze. I will win. White chess piece first. I'm trying to not hit that one. They need a split. There we go. Oh. Oh, what? Hang on, I don't think I did it right then. They both died at the same time. There we go. I might have to just do this with basics. Okay, there we go. I don't know if it's... Only by moving to D7 can the king escape the dilemma of fork by the white queen. Even though this may put A8's rook in danger. The queen now at C4 has eliminated the possibility of kingside castling. He will definitely move a pawn to F3 in response, which is exactly what I need. I don't know if I did it right though. Okay. This one? Oh shit. There. The knight of d4 will always be the threat of checkmate queen's side. Even if the white pieces hold the advantage, the black is not at a disadvantage. Look to the future while watching the present. You focus on different things, and on the chessboard there is always one side who will see farther. It's gone. With that one. The white really chose to move to d3, cutting the checkmate. Now the black bishop has moved to e7, and the rook at h8 is threatening the queen at a8. I couldn't beat my father at first because I was so determined to become Smith. Only by outplaying Smith could I really see the possibility of winning this game. Creating a new path by being home. Father, this is my choice. Okay. The king. Nice. I wonder if that worked. We'll have to wait and see then. The white king has not been able to move all this time, while the black bishop on e7 will get checkmate in 2 moves. The two players can both see where the game is going. We both know how this ends, don't we? I've lost. If you had sacrificed your pawns, this would have ended even quicker. You're a construct. I think you could have calculated how best to make your moves. Well, that wouldn't be my judgment. To machines, this is simply deduction and calculation based on objective facts. No emotions and moral considerations involved. But I am no machine. I make my own assessment of the situation, and I make my own choices based on my judgment. Do you think I'll agree with you just because you've won a game of chess? I believe there is no meaningless victory. His father has never told him what happens after becoming a smith. Or, perhaps, his father has told him about the end of a smith's journey from the very beginning. Become a smith, then find the next smith to inherit everything. An endless cycle. But I'm not trying to become a smith. I'm going to suppress it. I'll use Smith to become Chrome. Not abandoning his past. Not denying it either. Langston Smith, Chief of Class, Construct, Strike Hawk Captain. They are all necessary for him to become Chrome. The war will be over one day. When that happens, constructs and humans will share the world we reclaim together. I asked you what a perfect being was when you first told me a smith's duty. I still can't give you a concrete answer right now, but I will build a bridge that leads us there. Therefore, this is what I choose in the end. I've never considered undoing my identity as a construct. Not now, not ever. You will face unimaginable difficulties and hurdles. The path you are taking will take you to an endless pit. It will devour you until there is nothing left. Your fight will not stop even when you leave the battlefield. Do you understand what that means? You taught me that a smith does not fear hardship. We excel in them. And Chrome from Strikehawk does not enter a fight without proper preparations. And your son died. The specialized frame Asimov is working on has only worked on a construct on Grey Raven so far. To adapt to that frame, that construct paid a hefty price. If you can adapt to this specialized frame with no complications, I'll approve of your choice. I'll stop interfering with your decisions after that as well. But if you can't even take on a new frame, every word you just said is hollow. I understand. I do not plan to fail. I will use this frame to demonstrate my determination and what I can achieve. After a while, John moves his eyes from Chrome's resolute expression back to the paused game on the chessboard. Like how Chrome picked up the projection of a piece before, John picks up the queen on A8 and moves it to H8, completely out of the way of a black bishop. With no more threats, black side will easily take the game. There is an extra hint of surprise in the way Chrome looks at John. He shifts his eyes back to the board, concealing his feelings. He lifts his hand and moves the chess piece. Black bishop moves to moves to H8. Checkmate. Chrome stands up from his chair and bows to the man sitting opposite him. Thank you for your lesson, Dad. John stares at the ended game for a long time, lost in thought. For a second there, his tensed shoulders seem to have slightly relaxed. Oh, there we go. Hidden stage. Let's read it. Fledgling Eagle. Nice, we got it. Congratulations, John. Specialized frame and a specialized info device. We finally have some measurable results. Chrome never disappoints. You look delighted. If we can create more constructs that don't rely on a commandant with this technology, I suppose the odds will start going in our favor. I've got a meeting coming, so I'll have to go now. I'm guessing you've been waiting to see your son return safely from that battlefield. That won't be necessary now that I know the frame has been adapted successfully. If you say so. Hey, Xyz. Hope you've been doing well. Heroes are plenty. Of course they are plenty. There cannot be just one. Anyone can grab a sword and face the monster. Anyone who does so is a hero. They either perish on their way to the monster or die under its blade. Before the monster is vanquished, no one will remember the names of the dead heroes. No one needs to. But then, one of the heroes takes a stand, and he declares, I will carry their names and fight. So that's a Smith, is it? None of us has said something like that before him. He disobeyed my order, but when he called me Dad, I felt glad. I might not be your father, but you are my son. It has never been a kite. It has never been a kite that needs an anchor in his hands, but an eagle with its wings spread, ready to fly. The little boy standing in the shadows of the dark room back then has long left his nest. He knows how the story of a smith ends, but he has no idea where this eagle will go. Maybe he will find the answer all smiths have been searching for. Maybe he will finally grasp what no smith has dared to dream. Stratagem, the last node. Go to this address tomorrow. I'll do a simple test on you first to determine the coordination and synchronization rate between your mind and the specialized frame. Any requests you have on the frame, you can tell me then. Chrome arrives at the address Asimov sent him, reaching the classified laboratory of the Science Council. This is the first time Chrome is here. Constructs rarely have the chance to step inside the Science Council unless specifically requested by a mission. Opening the door, Chrome finds someone he has not expected. Chrome? You are. Have you forgotten already? I was in charge of the operation that turned you into a construct. Yes, of course I remember. I'm just surprised that you remember me. I remember the name of everyone I've turned into a construct. Not to mention that you are one of my proudest works. You're here for Asimov, aren't you? I remember him mentioning a visitor. I'm afraid he's still buried in work with the other technicians of the council. An urgent R&D project on something called Bit Domain. So I'm doing his meet and greet for him until he's done with that. I'm here to submit this. Chrome hands him the digital document he has been holding onto since the moment he left John's office. Not connected to main story. Yeah, I got that. I was told about that. Don't worry about it. This is about the specialized frame. A very detailed proposal. And very ambitious. Is this your father's request? No, it is mine. Oh, is that so? The researcher raises his brows, astonished, before flipping through the proposal. Still tank-type construct, but with a focus on advances instead of defenses, unlike your current one. Removing the artificial skin on the legs, improving the cooling system, focusing on short burst capabilities, and maintaining high-speed movement. Is that really a good idea? I seem to remember that the first request for this frame is to resemble a human as much as possible. I have explained to my father that the abilities and direction of the new frame, as well as everything related, will be determined by me. Compared to non-essential aesthetics, we should focus more on optimization that benefits me on the battlefield. You might have guessed it, but I still have to explain to you what is so special about this specialized frame. It's difficult just to adapt to it. The specialized frame will be a stressful burden to your mind. Even if the adaptation works, it will still take a long time of adjustment before you can properly use the frame. It will take a long time, and the process is extremely painful, no less than the operation that turned you into a construct. There is barely any research on this frame. Without nothing to reference, we have no idea what problem will surface in the future. I will work with you on the adjustment. I won't be as impulsive as I was. Your eyes, they're different. Sorry. They're different from how they were when you were first operated. Back then, you were like a child abandoned by his parents, desperate to prove his worth. You were only accepting what was happening to you, even when there were consequences of your choice. You even accept the specialized invert device right out of the gate without inquiring what it does. Is that so? Chrome is about to say something else when the door to the laboratory opens with a bang. Oh, it's over. Here's the person you've been waiting for. Asimov enters with a serious expression. His hair looks even messier than usual, as if it has been ravaged in a fit of frustration. Finding Chrome next to the researcher, Asimov pauses for a second before reverting to his usual calmness. Made up your mind? I did. Asimov takes over the file from the researcher, reading through it with furrowed brows. Pretty much what I expected. Will it work? The optimizations will work. The problem is still the specialized part of the specialized frame. You already know the theories and the risks of the project. I do. I'm here, which means I'm ready for the price. I'm afraid it isn't that simple. There will be many unexpected complications. Anyway, let's start with a virtual connection. The frame is still a prototype, but we'll see how much your mind deviates for now. I'll get the equipment ready. Wait here. With that, Asimov goes back through the door, mumbling to himself. I'll leave it to it then. The adaptation and the adjustment of the new frame will be done by Asimov in the future. We're to cooperate, yeah? What? Do you want me to do it? Unfortunately for you, I'm sick of this life here already. I'm turning into a construct tomorrow. You'll soon find my name on the list of deployment. I'm kidding. I can't do it because the only person who knows the ins and outs of the specialized frame is the chief technician. Plus, I did my test long ago. I'll never become a construct. So I'm staying right here, right where I am until the end of the war or the end of my life. Don't think that's made my job easier. I'm still plenty busy right now. After all, we're getting volunteer applications outside of the usual construct program sometimes. Perhaps something is changing. Regardless, I believe that you are the planet's future. Looking at the blue planet outside the window, the researcher subtly smiles. If there are sparks, then there are those who light them. Even today, someone still believes that constructs, born from bloodshed and sacrifices, are humanity's future. The connection device is calibrated. Are you ready? Please begin. Following Asimov's instructions, Chrome connects the connection cable to the back of his neck. I have to remind you that even if this is just a virtual connection, it might still affect your mind's stability. Don't get careless. Eject if anything happens. In the next second, Chrome falls into a data stream. His mind stability hovers around the threshold in the virtual connection. Any fluctuation will result in deviation. Chrome keeps his eyes closed until the impact and dizziness from the first connection pass before slowly opening his eyes. He is standing in a space constructed from erroneous data. Alarms glowing in red float in the air all over the place. This is what happens to his mind after connecting with the specialized frame, a situation that can only be described as tricky. Just like puzzle pieces trying to randomly match with one another, or a yarn ball all tangled up, all kinds of information jumbled together here. There are disorderly memories, echoing raves, and nightmares yet to show up. What a waste of time. I'm disappointed in you. What can good grades and being a chief do if he fails the connection test? He'll never be a commandant. They're no longer deployable. Cap. For a moment, the massive amount of information overwhelms Chrome's senses. Like opening Pandora's box, unignorable emotions from his fragmented memories flood over him. The pain starts to eat away at his brain and takes over his mind. The adaptation rate is too low. Your mind is overloading. You're showing signs of deviation already. I'm disconnecting you in 5 seconds. Holding his trembling hand, Chrome gives a wry smile. If this is what happens on a virtual connection, it is quite possible that he will immediately deviate before he can adapt to the new frame at this state. This doesn't look good. Chrome frowns, trying to stabilize and sort the chaotic data in his mind to no effect. Is this the problem that a specialized frame faces? This will be a difficult battle. Having disconnected from the virtual connection, Chrome opens his eyes. Asimov is standing in front of a screen, going over the data from the connection with furrowed brows. How is it, Asimov? Expectedly bad. As I expected, the adaptation will come with a lot of problems. Fully adapting to the frame will take a very long time of adjustment. I'd be lying if I say the adjustment process is easy. Are you ready for it? Without hesitation, Chrome nods. I was ready long before I stepped through the door. And that's Glory's interlude done. Look at all these rewards. 30 black cards. Nice. That's a good story. Cool. Alright, next one. Let's see. Well, I don't know about rereading. It is a lot to go through. Because I would have to go through this, and then Garnet. Did I do that for the previous ones? I don't think so. I might just go straight through with the regular, just going through hiddens for once I've finished. Hang on, I'm trying to remember. Did I reread other interludes before? I don't think so. Did I? I don't remember if I did. Did I? I don't think I did for when I got the Chu, Changyu, and Luna. I need to look back on that. For the ones that I did finish, I definitely did read through the hidden nodes I unlocked. I might just do the hidden stuff I unlocked then, and just those. Yeah. Cerberus, are you my new crew? The red-haired man smiles, showing his fangs like a vicious dog. So I remember when I was trying to unlock this one. It was actually quite easy. Yeah, I'll play through the hidden stuff. The ones I've read through already. Number 21 sees her face reflecting on the clean glass. Her image is projected onto an area of flat buildings. The colors here are bright. The sunlight is supple. Everything seems to be composed of neatly cut white squares. A few hours prior, she and Vera were put into a sleeping pod. After a long journey, they finally ended up here. Vera is quietly standing beside her. She looks around curiously as she observes her surroundings. The door in front of them opens and a woman walks out from within. The woman has a somewhat stern expression and wears professional attire. After looking at them, the woman smiles. You made it. Come in. Vera remains motionless. The woman walks around them and proceeds directly to the other side of the corridor. Number 21 smells a faint fragrance on her. Fragrance. As she walks by, sunlight projects into the room through the gap in the door. The scene within the room begins to unfold in front of number 21. In the dim room, two men are sitting in the shadows. One of them is sitting at the table. Underneath his meticulous white hairline, his eyes hold a sharp gaze, like that of a hawk or falcon used for hunting. The other has his back turned to number 21. His rough and messy red hair on the back of his head looks like fur. Number 21 looks away at Vera, whose eyebrows are tightly furrowed. She cannot decipher Vera's expression. After scanning the room, Vera's gaze shifts to the older man sitting behind the desk. Were you the one who brought us here, old man? That's Nicola, commander of the Babylonian Parliament. The man slowly corrects Vera's address. Constructs Vera and number 21. You have been officially transferred to Babylonia's task force under my direct supervision. Babylonia. Number 21 understands every word the man says, but when put together like that, she has difficulty understanding him. She repeats the only word she could pick out. Babylonia. Since you are... Cut the official crap. I've heard it all before. Tell me something I haven't. Vera cuts him off, crosses her arms, then fixes her glare on the other man. I recommend you keep your arrogance in check now that you're here. Anyway, you'll be filled in later. Why us? There's a ton of other constructs in Corona. Why my team? Team. Can two constructs without a commandant really be called a team? Why doesn't matter. Soon you'll officially have something more worthy of being called a team. The older man knocks on the table. As if he has received a signal, the man with his back to them turns his head. Sunlight only falls on half of his face. Half of his body is hidden in the shadows, and half is exposed to the sun. He leans back in his chair and turns to look at Vera. Am I really going to be stuck with you two? The red-haired man smiles, showing his fangs like a vicious dog. What'd you two do to land yourselves here? Hey, Noctis. That's a hidden for hers. Hang on, who's next? Garnet's. Actually, hang on. Let me double check on how many I need to actually... Let's see. Went through Glory. From Glory took like about an hour to get through. There's that one. Got it. Who'd be after Got It? Who's after Got It? Let me check. Roland. Imperial. Maybe I should... maybe I should just reread it, eh? I'm so indecisive. I can never make a proper decision. I mean, I didn't do it for the previous ones before, so... Yeah, screw it. Wait, where's Garnet? Praise for the future. And then to unlock this one, there's like three constructs you gotta interact with, and then there was a hidden construct off to the side that you had to get to in time before he dies. Praise for the future. Corrupted with dark wings, slowly descends upon the hill. Its grotesque appearance sends shivers down Lloyd's and Yana's spines. Oh, I did read through this. I did read through this before. Right? Yes, I do. Yes, both Lloyd and Yana die here. Yeah, I remember now. I did read through this before. Okay, I remember. So I did go through this. See, I really wish it would just say clear when you actually finish going through the hidden node. Okay, then Roland's. I didn't do Roland's hidden. Stinger that nobody's watching. Yeah, I didn't go through his hidden. Or at least I don't remember. As an ascendant, your power will be at my disposal. And what makes you say that? I created you. I am your creator. But you obviously didn't care before. I changed my mind. It's not like you found your purpose, right? Very well. But if I find my purpose, then I will leave. I may even become your enemy. What do you have to say about that? Do you really want to reread all of the interludes? Not really. Not really. Not too much. Maybe in my own free time. Maybe. Maybe in my own free time. Maybe. I do want to get through the hidden ones, because the hidden ones I didn't read through at all. And considering how I didn't reread other interludes when I started streaming BGR, I figured I would stick with that. Who's the best interlude story in your opinion? In my opinion, best interlude. That's tough to say. That's tough to say. Lucia Lotus, her interlude kind of goes through, I think it was going through how she first became part of the Grey Raven squad. And then there was Alpha's that was going through her backstory, how she and her previous Grey Raven team got taken out and stuff. I remember those. And then Plume was during like Kowloon Metropolis, I believe. Or like before she got to Kowloon. Selena's was depressing. That's for sure. Selena got me messed up. I did do Pulao's. Pulao's was sad too. Let me think. On an emotional standpoint, it was either Selena or Pulao. Selena's was, well, I don't know. Selena's was very just despair-inducing. It was pretty brutal. If I remember correctly with Pulaus, it was when she was still like a human and she was boarded on the niter and stuff when she was a kid. I think that was her interlude. Either that or it was like the hidden story for her Reveries of the Whale story. I need to double check. The part where she dragged her body with her teeth to ask for help was so horrifying to imagine. Yeah, she's been through the ringer. Selena's been through it. She was hella determined to just drag her body with her teeth, but man, I think the most brutal part of that interlude for Selena was when it was describing how I forgot the machine's name, but how the corrupted thing was like tearing her apart, and because she was a construct, she was still pretty much alive even after the fact, so she still had her pain receptor on, so she could feel every moment of that. When I read through that scene, I was like, oh my god, that's great. That's really, really terrible. Korolev, thank you. Yeah, Korolev. Yeah, it was pretty messed up. The frightening thing is when it was like her and like a few other teams at first, and they were trying to escape, going through like more than like 20 different like paths or 20 different rooms. It was by the end of it all, it was just her by herself, and that's what really got to me. I was like, oh my god. Do what you will. I will continue with my plan. If I have to squash one more pest, then so be it. You sure like to do as you please, miss. You can't help but sigh, smiling. He stands up and kneels down on one knee toward Luna. He bows his head and clasps his clenched fist to his chest. His voice is solemn. As a knight, the overplayed gesture is almost comedic. And let me pledge my allegiance until I find my purpose. Miss Luna. After making his oath, Roland doesn't get up for quite some time. Seeing Roland's sudden oath, Luna's face is devoid of all emotion. Even her eyebrows remain unflinching. She tilts her head as if thinking, or perhaps no reason at all. Is that so? Now let's get going. Rise. We have matters to attend to. As she speaks, she turns and continues onward. She neither admits nor denies. She simply stands up and leaves. Roland silently follows suit. Bravo, Roland. Wonderful acting skills as always. The tender voice recognizing his efforts comes from where Roland was just standing. He sees himself with his hair tied, standing behind him, hand raised and shouting. The applause is loud and the whistle is sharp, which is really the best praise for an actor on stage. However, the applause and whistling are harsh to his ears. Acting skills. Maybe. I've been acting all my life. The third-rate knight, the lame deputy, and even the construct soldier can only survive by acting. Anyway, there are no advantages or no ulterior motives. What's wrong with a little improv? I don't even want to live. That hurts hearing you say that, Roland. If you don't want to live, you should have chosen to be buried with that pile of broken machinery when you learned the truth of the park, right? But you chose to live. Because someone has remembered you, your name, and all your experiences. Because someone has remembered your wonderful performance as a clown. The clown should want to live. He must live. Oh, really? Yes, of course. Of course you want to live. If you wanted to die, you've had countless opportunities, whether that be at the park or after becoming a construct. The time you were sent on a solo mission to fight the corrupted. The time your core was almost destroyed. The time you were tricked by your squad and used as bait. Even just now, when you were being crushed by that giant corrupted, you were trying to fool yourself into embracing death, to die this way. You thought you had made up your mind. But you fought to your last breath and survived. Roland, Roland, You're a professional actor that can memorize a script in seconds. How can you still not see the answer? You want to live. Go pursue your purpose. Just surviving isn't enough. You want to find your purpose. Your own purpose. A purpose worthy of a knight to give his life. Not something that can be thrown away so easily. It must be a real purpose that gives you a reason to live. Anything. Even if it's cruel and dangerous. The desire to watch the world burn. Anything so long as it can give you a reason. You want a reason to live. He speaks quickly and to the point. He almost seems to be reciting an advertisement. But the tone is loud and clear. Nothing ostentation about it. Roland even imagines looking back to see himself with his hair tied, standing by a bonfire, shoulders squared, hand up in style. Or perhaps the tears are more than just a performance, despite what it looks like. It was a wonderful speech, more powerful than the young politician I played. I was really convinced. Now that I'm convinced, let me correct you. I want to live, at least at that moment. I really do want to live. Even if there is no reason, I want to live. From now on, I need to find a new reason to live. It's not as an actor in the park. I can't continue being deceived and controlled like a clown for the amusement of others. It's not as a construct soldier either. I can't be forced to perform daily missions. It must be my own reason, a reason that belongs only to Roland. Roland clenches his fists, strides forward, and doesn't look back. The voice of little Roland disappears behind him. Asnet, Ascendance, the Paradise. All of these are new and unknown concepts. God knows what's ahead, but it's better than turning around and guarding those beliefs that have been crushed into the dirt. Anyway, there's nothing else to look forward to. I guess I'll just grasp at whatever straw I can. Not like it matters anyway. I guess I'll make her wish come true. A great show. And then after Roland, surviving. Okay, it's Imperia. Okay, well, Imperia, I do actually want to reread it. I do want to reread this. Oh, I also don't have the hidden node for this unlocked. Where do I get that? I get it in Epiphany, this first combat node, so I gotta do that. Gotcha. Okay. So that I gotta really do. This one I'm down to reread it for sure. Ascent. I thought it was Asnode. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Light pierces through the heavy, impermeable clouds. Birds rise above the empty church as a sudden gust blows across. The gust soon grows into a gale that catches the attention of every living thing, from crouching humans to fighting constructs. Even the creatures who were bred from the red tide have paused their slaughter. They all looked at the light. From the light, she descends. At first, sees with her eyes. She first sees with her eyes, then feels the punishing virus with her frame. The virus is floating in the air, and also present in the mind of constructs at the data within the red tide. The virus is entangled with infinite, noisy data. When she feels it, she also feels the agony and scream of thousands of souls. She waves the scepter, letting the punishing virus rush into her mind, along with all her painful emotions. Her mind is immediately overwhelmed by the data torrent, but also infinitely extended. She floats into space. Every satellite, every strain of the virus serves as her eyes. She is everywhere. Her actions are no longer guided by her mind and memory, but by a duty-like instinct instead. With her specialized frame running at an extremely high frequency, her body becomes more brilliant every time she waves her scepter. If the punishing virus is visualized, one may witness millions of the viruses form a tide in the air, rushing toward her like moths to a flame. She stands in the sky like a goddess of the sea, while the tide of punishing surrounds her, engulfs her. They eventually disappears in her light. The crimson virus sweeps across her mind. Agony, despair, remorse. Almost all the emotions and memories that the virus has ever caused on this planet have flooded in like a furious roar from the abyss, along with the distortion caused by corrupted data. They turn into thorns that spread across her mind, piercing into her heart like stakes. Vital fluid surges from her chest. As her artificial heart continues to beat, more fluid comes out of her mouth and nose. She cannot tell whether it is vital fluid or the red tide. Her vision starts to fade. Her consciousness is well awake. Unable to move, she can only wait for an ending like an angel crucified on rusty thorns. She takes in all the information too hastily and feels like she has drowned in the river of eternity. Every thorn spike carries multiple memories. All are transmitted to her within an instant. Countless lives are displayed in front of her. Memory data that belongs to different souls, related or unrelated to the punishing virus, has occupied her mind. The chest of a construct is penetrated by a corrupted that was once her friend. A wandering scavenger jumps into the red tide to respond to his love. Inside a smoking forest, a lost child hugs a heterosapien who keeps calling him while piercing his body with its arm. Every second is split into 1,000 milliseconds. Every millisecond is split into 1,000 microseconds. She witnesses multiple lives within every unit of time. She stays with every soul on Earth. Liv looks up. As her vision blurs, she sees a color other than the red that devours the sky. A gray bird flutters and stops on a branch nearby. It tilts its head. Unlike other distorted data in her mind, this bird feels like a living creature from the world that accidentally ended up here. She cannot tell the breed of the bird. Suddenly, it chirps and flaps its wings, pulling her into a data stream. A magpie lands on a bush, but soon flies away as a hand waves. I bend down to pick up a hairband left on the grass. I let out a sigh, then shout out loud. "My young lady, where are you?" A little head pops out of the bush. "Callie!" I walk over and see her sitting on the lawn, digging the soil with a mini shovel. I sat down and take out my handkerchief to wipe out the mud on her cheeks. "What are you planting, my young lady?" "Honeysuckles." She answers in a serious manner. "Because winter is over. I want to plant honeysuckles all over this place to celebrate the passing of winter." "Time to come home. Dinner's ready. Don't make Calliope look for you in the garden every time." She immediately gets up hearing the mistress's voice. I quickly put the hairband on her, so the master won't rant about the importance of being presentable. "I forgot to check the time again." "Thanks, Callie." Thanks to the mistress's teaching, she is always very polite. I can't help but pat her on the head, seeing her shy smile. "My young lady, you should go eat now. We'll keep watch the sprouts and make sure they aren't eaten by the sheep. Is that okay? She is a little hesitant. But I want Callie to eat together with us. If Belle eats my flower, I will take her dinner away. The young mistress loves gardening, so the mistress lets her grow all sorts of plants in the back garden. Belle is the name of a sheep we saw in the market. It was going to be slaughtered, but the young mistress begged me to bring it back. The mistress let her keep the sheep in the garden. Somehow, I feel like my life is similar to this old sheep's. My grandmother was a believer. She disregarded the advanced technologies and bionic machines and believed a devoted heart would prevail. Over time, our family fell behind the world, but she held on to the pride of the family until the very end. Still, piety alone could not save a large family on the brink of collapse. After losing our home, we began wandering. I could not even find a job in a world full of amazing machines that I could hardly imagine. Nobody wanted to hire a person with zero knowledge about modern technologies. Machines may replace human labor, but they will never replace our beautiful souls. My mother used to say this to me a lot. I think I have met one with a beautiful soul. A few months ago, I was desperate in the bleak winter. Mistress saw me in the market and took me home. She offered me a job as a maid in this mansion. Despite not using cutting-edge technologies, the mansion is well decorated, like a well-preserved time capsule from many years ago. Sometimes I even have the feeling that my religious grandmother would come out of a room all of a sudden, calling me by my nickname. But when I cast the illusions off, I always see a smiling mistress instead of the family that I remember. Callie, you say it every time. I take her hand and walk toward the mistress. What did I miss? Well, I'm currently rereading Live Imperia Interlude, because this one I'm actually very curious about. Plus, it was recommended that I go through her Interlude. So this is just the first node. Plus, I want to unlock the hidden node for the Interlude. I really mean it this time. Belle, don't eat my flowers. Belle responds with a long bow, and I chuckle. Mistress is wearing an elegant dress, smiling at us outside the garden. The spring sun shines upon her long silver hair, giving a soft and warm reflection. I realize that spring has come. The young mistress is crying on the grass when I find her. My young lady, what's happening? Under the moon, I see her struggling to hug Belle with her arms open. She has tears in her eyes and has to bite her lips to not cry out. I rush over and realize Belle is chewing her hair. Her face turns red from the pain, but she stays still as the sheep mistakes her hair for hay. Bad girl, stop it. I quickly force the sheep to let go and shoo it away. Why didn't you call me? Oh, but Belle has not eaten anything for 2 days. Will she get better if she eats my hair? She rubs her eyes. I see tears running down her cheeks. I don't know what to say. Belle is too long in the tooth. Most animals lose appetite in hot summer. Why would an old sheep be any different? She has been very worried and keeping it company over the past few days. But how can I explain life and death to a kid of her age? All I can do is wipe her tears in silence. Belle is just tired. It's preparing for a long journey. It just needs some good rest. A new journey? Where's she going? Is she going to leave me? It can't stay in one place forever. My young lady, it's late now. Mistress would be worried if she can't find you. Can we go back first? Is Mother awake? She lets go of her hands. Tears are still on her lashes. She starts to ask about her mother. Why is she always sleeping? Is she very tired? She has been exhausted. She also needs to rest. That is all I can say to her. But Mistress is awake now. She misses you a lot and wants to see you. The medics in her room are probably long gone now. I miss her too. I want to ask her what to do when Belle doesn't eat. I'm sure she knows. She becomes motivated again. Without a word, I take her hands, but deep in my heart I am praying. Dear God, I devote my life to serving you. Please treat these kind people nicely. How I wish the world can be restored to its former shape before the summer ends. The grievous news arrives on a gloomy autumn day. Mistress was a fighter. She stayed with us for several summers, but nobody thought she would be taken by an accident instead of the sickness. When I rush to the hospital, I see Master sitting on a bench in the corridor, pulling his hair in anger and pain. Their marriage wasn't filled with a fiery passion, but I know how much they love each other after witnessing it for so many years. I know what happened when I see his face and his tears. I feel dizzy as pain grips my heart. Struggling to hold my grief, I stagger inside the ward. The young mistress is sitting there, holding the mistress' pale, slim hands, covered under a white cloth. The very hands that took me out of winter, but left me in autumn. The pain is excruciating. I have to gather all my strength to not cry my heart out. But another more excruciating pain strikes me the moment I see the young mistress's face. I've never seen her so helpless. She tightens her grip on her mother's hand for one instant, then gives up as if she wants to wake her up, but does not want to interrupt her sleep. She opens her mouth slightly, pale lips trembling. I see dried tear stains under her eyes. This child has lost her soul and does not know what to do for the rest of her life. I only find out later that the mistress lost her life in an accident on the way to the hospital when she tried to protect her daughter. I cannot imagine what impact it could have on this kind, innocent child who loves her mother so deeply. Just thinking about it kills me inside. The young mistress hears the noise I made. She turns around and sees me. She looks lost. Callie. I see her mouth move as if she is about to burst into tears, but she holds it back and bites her lips instead. God, please bless this girl. She is unfortunate, yet so strong. She finally manages to ask me a question after a short pause. I hear her voice trembling. Is Mother not going to wake up again? Just like Belle? I burst into tears and almost begin to hate myself for being not able to do anything. I cry so hard that I cannot talk properly, but she seems to learn the truth anyway. She lowers her head, her hands clenching the white bedsheet hard. Callie, sorry. I couldn't take care of Mother. She wipes her eyes with her sleeve, sobbing. No, don't say that. No way this is your fault. I'm so shocked by her words and immediately argue back. Still sobbing, she looks up at me and forces herself to put up a smile. Sorry, Callie. I will take good care of you and Father. The sorrow in her words, along with her fear that I would also leave one day, make me speechless. In the name of God, I will never leave you. I want to make 1,000 promises. I want to walk up and hug her so she can let down her guard and cry it all out. But somehow I see Mistress and her miserable smile through my vision blurred by tears. I don't know if it is an illusion, or if God really has heard my prayer. I see Mistress again. This great, beautiful lady descends into the ward, as kind and brilliant as when I first met her. Smiling, she puts her arms around the young mistress and kisses her on the forehead. She then disappears in the air, as if she had never been here. The young mistress used to have so many quirky dreams. She wanted to become a forest ranger, open a flower shop that keeps all sorts of animals, or be a shepherd that helps soaked sheep stand up after rain. She never talks about them again. The master has a family business to pass down. The mistress, who used to kindly preserve her naive dreams, is no longer around. She starts to read books in her room all day and night. I have a vague feeling that the death of Mistress has given her a new direction. The master, on the other hand, becomes more depressed after losing his wife and locks himself in the study immediately after work. In the beginning, the three of us were still eating at the same table together, but such occasions become increasingly rare as he is busy with work. The young mistress seems to be troubled by guilt. She asks me to teach her some common dishes, and she would try her best to cook them and awkwardly take them to her father's study. But the response she gets is no different from what I always had. Just leave it there. I want to tell her that none of this is her fault. She should never blame herself. But when I see her beautiful and loving eyes, they remind me of her mother. I know I cannot change anything. I can only do my best to make her life more comfortable. I suggest her to write letters to the mistress. It does make her happier, and I'm glad it works. But as time goes by, things are not getting better. When winter falls, the chill seems to have also impacted the mansion. It starts snowing early in the morning. The young mistress has not seen snow for a while, so I wake up early and take her to the garden. I finally see her innocent smile once again. But Master summons me to his study. He stammers with an embarrassed look, telling me that he wants to order the most advanced management AI. I have a bad feeling about it. Sir, you don't need to pay me. I just want to stay here and look after you and young mistress. We can't stay in the old days forever. Science has changed the world. But you liked it that way when the mistress was around, didn't you? I panic and speak without thinking, but soon realize the mistake when his face darkens. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just concerned about you and young mistress. We're fine now. Besides, we need some time of our own. The master keeps looking away. It suddenly comes to my mind that he has been coming home late recently. I then recall the grayish-brown hair that I often found in his laundry, along with other signs. I understand what he's trying to say. I see. I look outside and see the young mistress making the shape of a sheep with snow in the garden. How I miss her smile. Belle was buried right there. The mistress and young mistress made her tombstone. I guess it's my time to embark on a new journey. Sir, she is a good young lady. I can't think of anything more intelligent to say. Please take care of her. The master seems to be relieved and nods with a smile. Seeing him recover from the death of his wife is the only thing that can make me feel slightly better. I will. Thank you, Calliope. It's been many years. Sorry, my young lady. I have failed to keep my promise. But as long as you and Master can live on happily, I return to the winter that I came from. I find a casual job not far from the mansion. The pay is far from decent, but I'm still concerned about the young mistress and want to be able to go back occasionally. Life is never easy for ordinary people. Another season has passed when I have finally settled in. One spring morning, I find the honeysuckles along the street blossoming on my way to work. The memory of the young mistress hits me so hard that I put down all the tools and rush through the entire neighborhood, heading toward her home. I just want to see her from afar. I wonder how she is doing. Has her winter passed? The sun is high in the sky when I finally arrive outside the mansion. I wait anxiously, hoping to see her through the fences of the garden. Thank goodness I don't have to wait too long. I almost shout out in excitement when I see her walking to the garden with a pot in her hands. Oh my, young mistress. She has lost so much weight. Sorrow grips my heart once again. I want to take her hand, wipe the mud off her face, and give her a warm hug. She no longer skips around. Her hairband is tied up properly. It has been only a few months, but I feel like she has grown so much. The innocent child is gone. I gaze at the young mistress, trying to remember everything about her at this very moment. But I must not let her see me, for she would blame herself again after seeing me in dire straits. I told her I received a better job offer when I left. She squats down next to the garden bed and starts digging with the same old mini shovel. Seems I can't accompany you until the end of the stream. I have to go. It's 9 a.m. and I'm busy. Oh, that's fine. Thanks for coming by, though. Have a good rest of your day, alright? Thank you for coming by. I realize the garden has been renovated. All the flowers that she once grew are now gone, replaced by neat green foliage and automatic robot gardeners. She continues to dig the soil. Her face looks as serious as before, but there is no longer mud on it. I watch her move honeysuckle from a pot to the garden bed. Hey, is breakfast ready? A girl that I have never met shows up in the window on the second floor. The young mistress looks up, slightly nervous. Yes, it's in the kitchen. Father starts work early today, so I only cooked for 3 people. Why are you still digging the mud? We're going to eat first. Her face flushes red. Sure, sister. You can have it first. The window is slammed shut. I am beyond shocked. There are so many questions I want to ask. Why does young mistress have to make breakfast? Who is that girl? She lowers her head and continues planting the seedling. She looks lonely and saddened. What can I do? Confront the master of the mansion when I am no longer part of it? Unable to do anything, I feel suffocated by this sense of guilt. I spent hours wandering outside the fence, but I could not gather the courage to step into the mansion. Ever since that day, I have never stopped regretting that I did not talk to the young mistress. Every time I see her lonely look in my dream, I feel the urge to see her in person, but I never get to meet her again. The letters I sent to the master were never given replies. After a few years, I finally settled down and opened a flower shop. It doesn't make a lot of money, but enough to keep myself fed. I never hear anything from the young mistress. Still haunted by the guilt and uncertainty, I rarely go back to look for her again. Maybe she has already found her new family and friends. Maybe it was all just my misunderstanding. Still, I put many of her favorite flowers in the window on the day my shop opens, hoping that one day she may come by. Life is finally getting better. I am already looking forward to a day that I can go back and visit her. But doomsday comes soon after. All I know about punishing is that this virus can turn the machines we see every day into ruthless killers. All residents have fled the city. Machines are scrapped, abandoned on the streets. Government announcements are looped on screens. My flower shop looks like a god's joke. I believe the master will protect the young mistress. I can only think that way. I go to her mansion one last time when I pack up my bags and prepare to head to the shelter. From a distance, I see a military vehicle driving past the gate. Are they here to protect her? She will be fine. I gaze at the now desolated garden. It is nothing like I remember. Finally, I find the honeysuckle that young mistress planted many years ago. It has completely dried up in the gray soil and looks more like a piece of a specimen. A white dove lands next to it, then chirps and flies away. I have lost all sense of time in the wandering journey. Pain and suffering in the post-apocalyptic world have turned me into a numb and dull walking dead. Only memories can remind me of my life in the past as a human. When I was a human, I could endure the pain. But in a world of the punishing virus, we are no longer humans, but animals that would do anything just to live another day. Can I really see my loved ones here? That's the first thing that comes to my mind when the red tide devours my camp. When other scavengers scream and run, I only close my eyes, waiting for miracles to happen. I don't know if it is my illusion, or if God has actually descended. I feel like I have seen the mistress. I cannot see her face, but she gently puts her arms around me like an angel. I open my arms to embrace her. This is my final relief. But when I see the angel's face, I know it must be a miracle. For she is not the mistress, but a grown-up young mistress. I know somewhere in the world, she must have become the person she always wants to be. I shed happy tears at the last moment of my life. Dang. That was a long one, but it was sad. Descent. Let me take a drink of water. Men of Galilee, they said, why do you stand here looking into the sun? This same Jesus, who has been taken from you into heaven, will come back in the same way you have seen him go into heaven. A chirping white dove ascends from the thorns, taking Liv back from the painful memory. It flaps its wings to fly away, but ends up getting caught in the crimson punishing waves. More volatile emotions flow in among the memory data, and more spikes pierce through Liv's body. The moment a memory block is filtered, thousands more will enter her mind. She becomes a vessel of every living thing in the world. God never showed any mercy to these struggling lives. Black tears run down Liv's cheeks as millions of howling, miserable souls emerge from her body. But Liv cannot stop. She only waves the scepter to bring more punishing into her mind. She takes in everyone's pain equally, is crucified to death, then resurrects again. The cycle continues. When her mind is almost inundated by the never-ending punishing waves, the dove suddenly breaks away. Another data connects to Liv as the blood-soaked dove screeches. The four-wheel drive suddenly brakes hard, throwing my body forward. My broken arm squeaks and sparks as I push with it. The medic sitting next to me flinches. He looks disarrayed and shocked. Elena, what are you doing? Swearing out loud, I twist the half-broken mechanical arm back and look at the driver. Oh, sorry, Elena. Sorry, a bird suddenly hit my window. I see the wiper pushing aside the blood-soaked corpse of a pigeon, leaving stains on the windscreen. Pigeons are a symbol of good news. A dead pigeon can't be good. When's your R coming, huh? The world's going to end. Just keep going. The earlier we arrive, the sooner we can get the supplies. I stopped Charlos ranting. He barely survived the last battle, but lost both legs and is now extremely grumpy. I don't want him to hurt the feelings of my only medic left. I still need him to take care of the other dozens of human soldiers on my team. The vehicle starts running again. It's all quiet in the cabin except for the occasional moaning of wounded soldiers. After a few hours, we finally arrive at the nearest camp from the battlefield. Only the medic and a few soldiers remain unhurt from the terrible drive. I jump out of the vehicle and ask a few sentinels to help. Someone's wounded! Medic! The soldier turns to the camp and shouts, "Where's your commander?" A man with scars and a rank slide comes at me and nods. I contacted him when my squad retreated from the front line. According to the order I received from the world government, I need to regroup here and help him do some training if possible. Bill, Lieutenant. Greetings, Officer Yelena. Your supplies are all ready. We are short of medics at the front line, so I am hoping you can give ours a little training. They don't have a lot of combat experience. He pauses when he sees the sparks on my arm. Your arm? The world government sent you special medical packs in advance, didn't it? It will work for me. He continues to gaze at me with suspicion, trying to find out the difference between me and normal humans. Machines like me, or using the proper name, constructs, are yet to be deployed on a large scale. I'm not surprised at his attitude. Alright, I'll send someone to get it for you. He walks away. With an arm hung in a sling, I look around the camp in boredom. Many young soldiers, obviously rookies, are sneaking at me like high school students. A few medics are standing around the wounded soldiers, giving them morphine and antibiotics in a spin. Back in the golden age, they were still kids. Now they have to protect their homeland in doomsday. A white-haired medic catches my attention. Unlike her panicking peers, she just half kneels next to Charlo's, the guy who lost his legs, bed, holding his hand. Charlo looks furious and is screaming in despair. Someone must have touched his nerve again. He's the worst type of patient to medics, at least to me. If it's me, I will probably punch him in the face to shut him up. We are always short of time in war. I don't need more negative emotions to remind me how screwed up this world is. The medic does not touch his wounds, but holds his hand instead. She seems to be calming him down with gentle words. Like a pediatrician, she is soothing Charlo's emotions with a kind smile and great patience. I can't hear what she is saying, but Charlo does calm down. The man sobs like a child before his mother, giving the medic a chance to inject a tranquilizer. Her action is gentle and firm, but way too slow. I'd have given her a dressing down for days were she my student. She must have never been to the front line. She takes a long time to treat Charlo. I could have treated 5 soldiers in that time, then stands up and looks at the other wounded with visible compassion. Surprised, I even begin to think that she is a believer. I have seen many soldiers with faith, but never one with such a kind and gentle expression. The emotions I see are usually anxiety, grief, despair, or indifference. Excuse me, ma'am. The lieutenant asked me to deliver this medical pack. A gloomy-faced soldier interrupts my thoughts. He can't even finish his sentence without stuttering. I take the medical pack, hoping they don't give this guy to me in the training. Well, gloomy face and the frail medic both end up on my team. Lucky me. It's hard for me to not remember them, for they are always the worst performers in every training class of mine. To be fair, the medic isn't that bad. She passes most courses adequately and is quite smart. The problem is the medic course. Though she pays great attention to details, she is way too slow. Besides, her fitness and shooting scores are atrocious. Just a tad better than Gloomy Face. By the time she finishes running 10 laps, all the other soldiers have finished their training and lunch. Every time when Gloomy Face is already half dead and lying on his back, she would just keep running with a pale face and blue lips, as if she can pass away any second. She was probably a princess who rarely did exercise before the war. I asked her to train her endurance first. I don't want her to drop dead halfway. 3.2. A soldier is shouting out the results of the precision shooting exercise. The medic is standing straight with her lips pursed. I wish her results are as good as her seriousness. Yarha! Ugh. Probably a miss. He's been looking everywhere for the bullet hole. Out! Gloomy Face looks at me, embarrassed. There is an appeal in his eyes. Don't give me that look. I'm not the one who will kill you on the battlefield. Maybe you can start practicing how to beg those corrupted for mercy. There is scattered laughter from the soldiers. I raise my voice. You think you are good, huh? Show me. Does anybody fancy a freestyle fight? Perhaps my steel arms are too much of a deterrence. All the soldiers look down. Nobody dares to reply. I can't believe we have to rely on you cowards to save Earth. Don't you know what you have on your shoulders? You are soldiers, and you better act like one. I stride along the line, staring at every one of them. Squad 18 needs a break, and you will head to the front line next. Have you not seen those soldiers? Most of them still keep their heads down, too afraid to look me in the eye. I lost 23 soldiers from one base. Have you seen what the survivors look like? Guess what? They are going back to the battlefield with you. They lost their arms and legs there, but they never put down their weapons. Some crawled and held grenades in their mouths. And they're still going back to the hell that almost claimed their lives. 1, 2, 3, or 4 times we go back as long as we are not dead. Because that is what soldiers do. Some soldiers look away in shame. Some look up and stare into the distance. Only that medic gazes at me as if she has something to say. But what are you doing here? Ask yourself, do you deserve this uniform? I don't care why you came here, but if you're here, you've got to toughen up. Our homeland, our Earth, our family, and our friends are behind us. We protect them with our life and blood. Who else can stand out if we shrink back? Who else can keep fighting if we give up? I remember every single soldier I lost on my team. Their looks, names, what they like to do, and the lives they have lived. I take pride in them. They die with honor. I shouldn't let it happen, but I think my voice is shaking a bit. This is the first time that I ever talk about my soldiers after that meat grinder battle. I hope you can also make me proud. I wave them off and walk away without looking back. Later in the night, the medic comes to me when I'm doing maintenance on my frame in my room. Officer Elena, sorry to disturb you so late. She stammers and blushes, almost making me feel that she has a crush on me. What is it? I'm the medic of Squad 6. Can I ask you a few questions? Say it. My training results aren't very good. I'm worried that I can't help the soldiers with my performance. This really troubles me. She is shy, but genuine. I look her in the eye and can feel she is seriously concerned. I know it's not nice to disturb you in your personal time, but I really hope you can show me how I can do more. I was thinking that she wanted to talk about the fear of death or ask if she could go home. I've realized my mistake, and I respect her resolution. I immediately changed my attitude. Just follow the training schedule and do your best. Everyone has different physical conditions. Passing the military service requirements only means you have met the basic standards, not that you are great at fighting. I see. Officer. She lowers her head. I can sense sorrow in her voice. I know we are heading to the front line soon, and I won't have much time to improve. It's my fault for not working hard enough. She seems to have struggled a lot inside. When she finally looks at me again, I see her determination. The wounded soldiers you brought back. I've never seen anything so horrifying and tragic. You think I'm not good enough for the real battlefield, so I'd like to do something. I want to do anything as long as it helps our battle. I think for a while. I see. Your biggest problem right now is the lack of experience. Your stamina, overall combat abilities, and reflex are also subpar. Is that so? Sorry. I watched your training. Every time you had to treat a wound, you always did the full procedure. Giving the chance, you'd even wash the dressing. This is a war, not a clinic. You must give up the unnecessary steps. Only life matters. Everything else can be sacrificed. Speaking of it, your technique looks like that of a professional. Have you learned it before? My father runs a medical group. so I knew a thing or two about it. She sounds a bit hesitant, so I changed the topic. You must increase your speed. Remember which wounds can be fatal, which ones are not, and which ones can significantly hinder the movement of soldiers. I will test your training accordingly. Change your fighting style. It's too soft now. Never make a decision that you may regret on the battlefield. Understood. Medics keep an army going. The corrupted will not choose their opponents, so you have an equal chance of being attacked just like other soldiers. It's important to keep yourself alive, but you can't fight. What should I do then? Run. If you can't beat them, just run as far as you can. Don't let the corrupted touch you. Of course, I'm not asking you to flee. You must learn the attacking styles and logic of the common corrupted. They can't think, but most ordinary machines will attack according to their default program logic. So there are different patterns. I've outlined the general guidelines. Make sure you remember every response for different situations. See, one more thing. If you can't save someone, just let them go. Know your limits and choose the plan with the highest returns. Give up one, you may be able to save 10 more. But if you are dead, you can't save anyone. I understand. The medic nods firmly. I see determination in her eyes. I like this look better than her blush. Thank you, Officer Elena. Go. I will watch for you. I pat her on the shoulder and watch her go away. I spend the next month training the soldiers. They begin to get on the right track. I don't have time for that medic, but she manages to catch up with the rest. Occasionally, I would patrol the camp after a day of training before curfew. Right now, I'm standing in the dormitory room. Who did this? The bed in front of me is a mess. The water bottle on the bedside table originally had a few flowers inside, but it is knocked over with pink petals scattered everywhere. The belongings of the bed owner are ripped open. Dresses are thrown on the floor, among which is an eye-catching, gorgeous white dress. Nobody makes a sound. All the girls stand in a line with their heads down. I pick up the dress and feel very puzzled. Who made this mess on the bed of our princess? Someone sneers, but immediately shuts up when I look over. I toss the dress away and feel pain in the neck. This probably isn't the work of one or two, but a group bully. And I probably can guess why looking at the way this bed is made. The soldiers suddenly look away. I turn around and see the medic. She is still panting, sweat running down her cheeks. Seems like she just went for a jog. She takes off her cap, wipes her forehead, and puts it back on again. She looks me straight in the eye and continues walking in without any fear. I realize my guess is wrong again. Somehow I feel guilty, a little guilty watching her quietly walk to the bed and pick the dress up. Who did this? It's the first time I call her name. She shakes her head without saying a word. She only packs up her belongings in silence. This attitude is only going to make the bully worse. I must do something. Whoever did this, you had the guts to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Get the out before I find out myself. Ma'am, it's me, sorry. I was looking for something before heading out. Are you kidding? I thought a bear attacked your bed. She turns to look at me again and smiles. Her voice is very calm. Ma'am, I won't let this happen again. She looks at the soldiers standing nearby. They quickly look away, ashamed. I figure out what she wants. To resolve the situation by herself without relying on my power. I respect her decision and turn to the rest of the soldiers. I hate these dirty tricks. Whoever did this, do not let me catch you again. And you, medic, pack up your pretty dress. There's no ball here. The only ones you can dance with are the enemies of humanity. Yes, ma'am. Her face flushes again, making me wonder whether she can take care of it on her own. I ask everyone to rest and walk off. But I don't go away. When I see the medic come out to throw the rubbish, I wave at her. Officer Elena, what can I do for you? Show me your hands. Her face immediately turns even redder. What's the matter? She reluctantly reaches her arm out. I grab her hand and roll her sleeve up. There are red needle marks throughout her pale skin. I even see stitch marks covered under the gauze sponge. Ma'am. I saw the marks on the back of her hand, but didn't expect her to go so overboard. What are you doing? I was just practicing. She takes back her arm and pulls the sleeve down. I can find the spot faster now. I also know how to make it hurt less. I asked you to train hard, not on yourself. How smart, huh? Don't worry, ma'am. I only use glucose. It won't hurt my body. I found your advice very useful. I'm learning a lot faster from these targeted exercises. With better efficiency, I'll be able to... I too am a medic, but I just happen to become one. I'm no doctor or teacher. Fighter may be a better description. But I can read from this kid's eyes that she wants to save lives. That's our greatest difference. I feel like saying something, but don't know what to say. I'm never good at sympathizing, but at this very moment, I'm a bit emotional. Why would a kid like her step into the battlefield? In the end, all I did is pat her on the shoulder. Don't push yourself too hard. If you collapse before even going to the front line, all my effort will go down the drain. Understood. I will not fail you, ma'am. Oh, and one more thing, ma'am. Sorry that I brought a dress into the camp. As long as it's not prohibited, nobody gets to decide what you bring to the army. No one has the right to criticize you so long as you are fulfilling the duty of a soldier. I meant every word I said. She smiles gratefully, but I feel she is a little sad underneath. Thank you, ma'am. I will never do it again. I'm a soldier now. I shouldn't live in the past anymore. I've found my place. I will take this responsibility. I don't know what she is talking about, but I can see her determination. I nod in approval. We are going to the front lines soon. Now, I will give you your first order. Yes? Private Liv. I call out her name with all seriousness. Shocked, she quickly stands to attention and salutes. Her cap isn't worn properly, but she does not realize it. Yes, ma'am. Do not die. The next time I call her name, I don't want to be using it as an example in front of another group of rookies. Live on, medic. The peaceful time flies by. I have returned to the base near the central purification filter once again with my army. Most of the base has fallen. Our final defense moves closer to the CPF day by day. If the Corrupted seizes any more land, the entire zone will fall. We will have to abandon the CPF, and mankind will lose another important base. It is the first time for my soldiers to face such a dire war. There are a lot of casualties. I have to maintain the morale with a great deal of motivation and rebuke. The soldiers charge forward, only to be crushed by numerous corrupted who are always relentless. They didn't even get to see what the war is like. Years of life, months of training, all destroyed in seconds. The first confrontation lasted over 10 hours. My stupid arm stopped functioning again. I bend my body in the trench and quickly move toward a soldier. One of her arms is mutilated in an explosion. Take it! 8 o'clock! I shove my machine gun into her arms and order her to eliminate the corrupted approaching, and take out a hemostatic patch with my functioning hand to give her emergency treatment. She gnashes her teeth and shoots, knocked behind by the recoil. I don't hear the sound of bullets hitting the target. A stray bullet flies past my cheek. I feel my artificial skin is burned, white vital fluid coming out. After I finish patching her up, I take the gun back and bring it to my shoulder. A large machine falls to the ground only steps away from our position, sending dust on my face. I wipe my face and hear someone calling for medic from afar. Move over there. It's safe behind cover. I pick up the gun she dropped and give it back to her, and look at where the voice comes from. The zooming function of my vision module quickly helps me locate the source of the voice. It's that kid with a gloomy face. He's sitting under a wrecked building soaked in blood. My fluoroscope tells me he has a broken tailbone and cannot move on his own. 58 meters. No, that cover can't be used anymore. The next closest one is 362 meters away. I decided to give up on him. Just as I reload my gun, I see a white-haired soldier leaping over the trench from the corner of my eye. I quickly shot to her. She was appointed to stay behind the trench and take care of the incapacitated soldiers. Get back here! You can't save him! She doesn't seem to hear me. Instead, she keeps running toward the storm of bullets. Get back now! It's an order! She looks back at me. She only pauses for a second, but a shell from another large corrupted explodes and knocks her away, tossing her onto a pile of gravel. Damn it! I can still make it. I point my gun at the corrupted approaching her. There is zero hesitation in her action. She quickly gets back on her feet and dashes out like a wild deer, heading toward the voice calling for help. I blow the corrupted into pieces, but more have located her. I can't help her. There's no way she can reach there. I can only watch her run rapidly across the battlefield. I never know she can run so fast already. She goes around the unsafe cover in the same route I anticipated. She is sprinting with all her strength, leaving gunfire and explosions behind. Somehow, all the bullets are missing this frail medic. It's almost a miracle. She continues to run in the center of the battlefield. I swear that I couldn't run as fast when I was still human. She soon reaches the soldier. My hearing module catches his desperate screams. She pulls them to a safer location before giving him emergency treatment. For one instant, I almost forget my duty. I just gaze at her as she does her job skillfully, almost half as fast as me. She must have been doing a lot of training. I feel like I have returned to many years ago. I remember the first prey I shot with my gun. The first time I punched a bully, knocking him to the ground. The first time I climbed to the top of the snow mountain in my hometown, screaming and shouting. I think I have smiled. I have never felt this motivated for so long. It's a cry from our soul, unwilling to give up the impossible challenge. She quickly finishes wrapping his wounds and holds his hand, comforting him with a gentle smile. This part can be skipped. I must tell her later. I pick up the machine gun again and shoot down a few corrupted in front, my heart beating incredibly fast from surging emotions. I climb on top of the trench yelling, "We are the ground force! Nothing can stop us!" I know the corrupted have no soul, no matter how vast their numbers are. The human soul, on the other hand, is the most beautiful creation that nature has ever made. We have no limit. We can conquer the universe and take back the earth that belongs to us in the first place. The ground force pushes forward as the soldiers roar in passion. Ooh. Alright, Epiphany. This is where the hidden node can be unlocked. So it says talk to Cecil, the construct on the left. First in Epiphany, then to the medic next to him. Afterward, continue with the mission until you reach Hayami. Talk to her, backtrack to the starting area, move all the way back to the small campfire with the two country constructs, Nina and Kawahara. If done correctly, 4 constructs will join Liv for the final battle with the Musashi. You fail if either group of constructs refuses to join Liv or if Hayami does not manage to evacuate safely. Oh. Okay. She once read about an article amongst many Golden Age works Yarha collected. I see the invisible bursts of gamma radiation from giant stars converting into pure energy by their own mass. I see the flashes that flicker from the far side of the universe. Just like all the births and demises she is witnessing. The overwhelming gunfire pulls Liv back from the temporary connection. In her blurred vision, she sees the blood-soaked dove standing on a thorn in front of her eyes. It is flapping its wings and chirping loudly as if chanting a battle anthem. The bird shakes off crimson, punishing virus from its wings, revealing the white plumes under. It has become an agate. Why? Liv is slightly confused. She can only vaguely grasp the information as her memory is trapped among the vast amount of data. Where do you come from? Why do you keep changing your look? It didn't answer. Elegantly paced, the bird just walks around and sings. As it flaps its wings again, white feathers fall on Liv, throwing her into another data torrent. After hanging up the comms from the world government, I sit on the ground and let out a sigh. Officer Yelena? I heard the medic's voice behind me, but did not look back. Instead, I continued to gaze at the gunfire in the war zone. I hope I didn't disturb you. It's okay. Sit down. I gesture her to take a seat. Have all the wounded soldiers been treated? Yeah, all done. The other 2 medics are recovering well. If time permits, they will all be fit for combat. We are running low on medical supplies, though. When can we expect them? Never. What? The HQ wants us to give up this base and retreat before sunrise. The medic's eyes open wide, unable to believe what she had just heard. I see gunfire from afar reflected in her clear pupils. But there are still lots of soldiers outside the secure area of defense. Are we going to leave them all behind? You've already done a great job, medic. These soldiers have given it all. Her kindness is invaluable to them. All soldiers have developed trust in her. Some would even scream her name on the brink of death. She has made quite a name for herself with her fearlessness, along with her signature smile. My reprimand didn't work. She has already mastered the skill to treat the soldiers while comforting them, which is not a bad thing. These soldiers have given it all. Her kindness is invaluable to them. That's okay. Repeats it. Can't. Why the rush? Can we wait for the other soldiers to retreat first? We tried so hard to save them. The HQ always makes the most rational decision. We need to stop before it's too late. But I've been working so hard these days. Her voice begins to tremble with sobs, but she soon realizes it is inappropriate to talk like this. She wipes her eyes and tries to calm herself. There is a dead silence. Moments later, she whispers to herself, "What's the point of this war? Did I really save those lives?" It's too early to doubt it. You will have more questions like this in the future, way more painful. I used to ask myself over and over again, what's the point of this war? Will humanity win? Can the punishing virus truly be defeated? Nobody has the answer. Maybe one kind only has a 1 in a billion chance to win, but that's what we are fighting for. It's like, the chance for humans to emerge on Earth was extremely slim to begin with, right? But since we are already here as a result of that miracle, why don't we believe that mankind will also grasp that similarly slim chance to defeat the punishing virus? With tears still on her face, the medic smiles. Yes, you're right. I will continue to fight, even for a 1 in a billion chance. Earhart once said, "We are just an advanced breed of primates on a minor planet orbiting around a very average star, in the outer suburb of one among 100 billion galaxies." What? Who? The soldier asked you for help on the first day we arrived at the front line. Remember? Oh, gloomy face. Do you chat with them during their treatment? We don't have enough supplies. Sometimes we couldn't give them general anesthesia during surgery. Talking to them can distract them from the pain. Felina loves desserts, so I often ask her to think of her favorite ones. It works well. Hayami has a little brother who she misses badly. She can endure any pain if we talk about her family. I hope she can go home one day. Yorha seems to be really into science. He always talks about it when he's nervous. The medic talks about every patient of hers like they are her best friends. She will make a great doctor. He seems to be always pessimistic. He once told me that perhaps the fate of humanity was to embrace doomsday and be destroyed. I couldn't answer him back then, for I was also lost. But your words made me start thinking of my duty, Officer Elena. No matter how I ended up here, as long as I can do my little part and help others, I will be very happy already. You always give me surprises, medic. Huh? Your greatest strength is the ability to spread hope in a world of despair. She flushes once again at my frankness. However, I feel like her red face isn't that frail anymore. Someone once saved my life. I will be ashamed if I waste it away. And it was your guidance that helped me find the meaning of my life. If I can pass on this faith, my life and that person's life will also be continued on this land. Allow me to express my gratitude once again. Thank you, ma'am. The reflection of gunfire from afar flickers on her face. She closes her eyes and mumbles, as if making a prayer to the battlefield. I will do anything as long as I can help them. Please, let me do just a little more. I couldn't catch her last word, but it sounds like mother. Speaking of it, I know a way to quickly make your wish come true. What is it? I raise my steel arm and half-jokingly say, you can swap into this. Can I? Of course not. Back in my hometown, I could fight a bear barehanded. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't know. The world government should have made a lot of constructs now, but apparently they can't be used yet. I'm just an experiment. I twist my right arm. It makes a horrifying clink and turns over. The medic turns pale, and I feel like she's going to rush over to fix my arm, so I quickly twist it back to the correct position. She wants to touch my arm, but takes her hand back after seeing the scratch marks on it. Does it hurt? The pain module can be turned off, but I hate it because I don't feel like a human anymore. It's like I'm just a running machine. How did they modify you? I try to recall, but cannot find any good memory, so I give an obscure answer. The pain is worse than local anesthesia. In fact, they could not use anesthesia at all in the surgery. It would make mind unstable. There's nothing good about it. I only did it because there was no other way. The best vessel of human soul is still the human body. It's nature's selection. Extracting the soul and putting it elsewhere will inevitably change its shape. It takes a lot more effort to barely maintain the soul's original form. Is that so? I'm sorry, ma'am. It must be difficult. Like compared to the human body, the power it brings matters a lot more in a war. We don't have much choice in this age. Thank you. No matter what, I will not fail you. It's getting late. Time to go back. We need to evacuate before dawn. There's not much time left. She also gets back on her feet. Not sure how I feel about retreating, though. Should I even be relieved? I return to the camp and announce the decision. During roll call, I am told that we have one soldier missing. It's Yarha. I saw him going out on crutches a few hours ago. I thought he was going to the John. Have you searched everywhere? I try to hold my rage. Cowards, deserters, and dropping the ball at crucial times are all among the things I hate the most. We did, ma'am. We searched within the area of defense, but couldn't find him anywhere. Forget about him. All teams file in and move out. If anyone ever sees that deserter on the way, unless he can give me a satisfactory answer, shoot him on the spot. Before the soldier can answer, I hear another panicking voice. Ma'am, medic Liv has also gone missing. We don't have time. A large number of corrupted are heading this way. They are just 8 kilometers away. It doesn't matter. All teams speed up. Prepare to retreat. I know what she's up to. But how can she be so foolish? I have mixed feelings. Anger, resentment, reluctance. But there is an army waiting for me. I cannot stop here. 15 minutes later, we are already standing outside the camp. I take a last look at the battlefield behind, but still cannot get over it. Move out. As I ordered, the ground force retreats from base 68, marking the complete loss of CPF 68. Alright, here we go. There were sounds of battle from the distance. So, talk to Cecil, left construct first. The left construct. This construct? Yes, although that guy didn't believe I could fight anymore, I think I'm still capable of killing several of the corrupted. That's right. It's too early to give up. Let me treat your wounds first. And then talk to the medic beside him. Oh, reckless. But if Cecil decides to fight on, I can't leave him here. Thank you. Let me treat your wounds first. Okay. Continue with the mission until you reach Hayami. Talk to her and backtrack to the starting area. What the heck? Oh, I have to go this way. So talk to Hayami. Is this Hayami? Why are you the only one here? Where is everyone else? The majority of the force has retreated. What? They abandoned us? No, we will never abandon you. Please go back to the area of defense with me. Someone must be waiting for us. All my teammates are dead. Thank you, but I have to get their name tags first. Back. You go first. In case you see Flina and Kawahara, tell them that I'm safe, and please take them back with you. Alright, sure. I will come back for you later. And then we have to backtrack. Backtrack to the starting area. Move all the way back to the small campfire with the 2 crouching constructs. These 2. Lena and Kawahara. Leg fracture. Please don't move. Let me immobilize the injured area first. Thank you, medic. Are you going to keep looking for other soldiers? Let me and Flina help you. Am I gonna die here? Ugh. Don't say that, Flina. Hayami is waiting for you to get back. Hayami, is she still alive? She has already retreated to safety. She made me promise to take you back. Let me treat your wounds. It'll be fast. Thank you. I think I can move again. Alright. Okay, if done correctly, all 4 of them, which is them. Look at you move. Okay. Hopefully she's safe now. Because I fail if Hayami doesn't make it out alive. Okay. There seems to be other wounded soldiers ahead. Up to nearby coming over. Go, medic. We can still move and cover you. Guys, okay. Take care of yourselves. I will take you somewhere safe, I promise. So did that work? Oh, we had to get through this next. The next morning, all the remaining soldiers of Base 68 were safely arrived at the nearest depot. I risked being demoted and gave my commander a guarantee to put together a construct army toward Base 68. I told him we left lots of supplies that needed to be retrieved. There might also be survivors who didn't manage to retreat in time. I honestly don't believe it myself. What creature can survive a legion corrupted for one night on a deserted battlefield? If there is a miracle, no matter how late, I would like to witness it. I gesture to the soldier to keep moving. Push forward! The scattered team continues to move forward. Suddenly, a soldier holding a detector stops and looks to the front in suspicion. Wait, isn't this area already abandoned? Why are there so many life signals? I quickly take over his detector. It beats louder as I walk forward. I walk to a mostly collapsed wall and pull the scrap door open. The sun shines into the cramped space. Dozens of wounded soldiers lie exhausted in this room. Some have lost limbs or suffered great trauma. Some are already showing signs of infection after the CPF stopped functioning, but they are all alive. Reporting to HQ, we found... The still conscious soldiers turn to me. A ray of sunlight shines upon their faces. I see hope in their eyes. It's real. Someone has come for us. Gloomy Face is also there. He slumps on the ground ahead, still holding a half-empty bottle of hemostatic potion. He was probably helping to treat the other soldiers. The medic huddles among the soldiers. She's dead quiet. I can't even tell if she's still alive. She's alive? He makes that annoying smile again. Help them! Hurry! Roger that. One heavily wounded medic and 35 treated soldiers. Please sending the medical unit ASAP. They were all treated by this one medic? Quick, we have to save her. The construct soldiers immediately start moving. I ask them to move out those with less severe injuries first. Leave her alone for now. She's got multiple compound fractures. She seems to have heard me as her eyelashes move slightly. I quickly squat next to her. Officer, Elena? Is that you? You're a fool. This is a serious violation of discipline. She barely pulls a smile. Her eyes are still closed. It's so good to have you here. She becomes silent again, but I can still detect her life signals. I stand up again and notice Gloomy Face on his feet already, holding crutches. I walk straight to him and pull him out of the door. Why did you run? Why did you run? He looks away and his lips start to tremble. I already know the answer. I release his collar. He stumbles. Then why did you let her save your life? Aren't you ashamed? I'm sorry. This is a war. It doesn't need your apology. I want to keep my promise and shoot him. He starts to sob like a coward, his head buried between his shoulders. He then starts to stammer with great determination. Please, execute me. I'm a deserter. I would have died back there if not for her. I will take responsibility. I don't want to run again. I close my eyes and inhale a deep breath. All deserters will be expunged from the army and must never enter any jurisdiction of the world government. Now, get lost before you piss me off further. Why? She risked her life saving you, twice. I respect her decision as a medic. I watch him burst into tears apathetically. Sorry. I'm so sorry. He clumsily bends down to pick up his crutches. After getting back on his feet, he wipes his face and looks me in the eye for the first time. I will live on. She saved my life. I'm a coward, but the words she told me gave me the courage to live. He limps out, mumbling to himself. Hey, Gloomy Face. I stop him again. What did she say to you? When she was treating me, she said... He tries to recite every word she said last night. Humanity was bred from such destruction. Remember the question you asked me? Should we humans embrace our destiny of destruction? I thought about it for a long time. I am just as lost as you, with no place to go back to, and do not know where to go either. I'm just drifting about in the doomsday. And when I was looking at the stars tonight, I suddenly understood. Humanity was bred from such destruction. We are all unique, No matter how hard life treats you, you will always have your way to shine. There is always hope, as long as we are alive. So my answer is, please try your best to live every day to the fullest. I may not have a home to go back to, but other soldiers still do. The things and people they love are still waiting for them. That was her answer. It all makes sense. How could I not understand? Didn't she give me hope when she first stepped on the battlefield? When she reaches out to every badly wounded soldier, isn't she spreading her faith? When I pulled the door open, I saw a light on the faces of those soldiers. It was their resurrection. No matter what vessel holds her soul, her spirit cannot be concealed. She is a light that shines in the darkness, a spark in this dark and desperate age. I watched him leave. An agate lands on the top of the ruins under the sun, making a long and peaceful chirp. The hope she gave me is still passed down through the troops I lead. Most of the soldiers she rescued managed to survive, and they continue to follow me. Later on, the world government began to implement construct technologies in a large scale and established formal construct armies that reported to the world government directly. I had been assigned to the task force. I never met her again, but I heard that she had also become a construct in the end. I still talk about her in front of the rookies, but this time she is still alive, fighting for mankind somewhere in this world. As the punishing virus continued to evolve, mankind faced even greater challenges. I hate to admit, but when my squad was sent to the Puglia Forest Park ruins, that battle was the most difficult one I had ever fought. Each time, after my squad suffered a great loss from hetero creatures, I would be reassigned to another squad that had lost their captain. The cycle continued indefinitely. When my body finally failed to function, I was overwhelmed by hetero sapiens. Somehow, I started to miss that medic in my blurred mind. It's been too long, and I have fought too many battles. I feel like I have seen her, but she is nothing like what I remember. I tried to endure the agonizing pain and call her name. It's slightly comforting knowing that at least I'm not quoting her name as one of my deceased soldiers, but not much better. I think I'm dying. She is right above me, glowing like a goddess that descends from the sky. I see a compassionate smile with a hint of sadness on her face, just like one of those symbolic statues in churches. She gazes upon me like a sacred mother looking at her newborn, so devout, loving, and kind. I feel a little confused. Is that her? Or am I seeing an angel because I'm dying? She gently waves her scepter. A soothing wave flows over my mind, drawing away the pain, as well as the raging, desperate scream of my soldiers. I no longer feel desperate or painful. If this is what death is, I must thank the God for making it so peaceful, though I have never seen him. If you are an angel, please save my soldiers too. And that medic, please bless her so she can survive. I mutter to myself as I think of my soldiers, those brave and poor souls. The scenes of their deaths gradually fade away in my vision. I feel like I have returned to my hometown, surrounded by family and friends. We drink and build a bonfire on the snow while fending off wild bears from the forest. I close my eyes and indulge myself in deep, comforting dreams with peace of mind. Ooh. Wait, that didn't... Oh, wow, that didn't work? Hang on. I didn't get the hidden node. Ah, shit. I think I have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it again then. God damn it. Alright, let me try it again. I gotta be faster. Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go. So start with this one. Yep. And then Cecil. Yep. Okay. Or Cecil and then the medic. Okay. Talk to Hayami and then quickly go back to the campfire. Oh, go, go, go. Be quick. No, don't stop. Like fracture. Okay, let's go. Camera. Because it's not saying that I unlocked the node. Unless it's referring to a completely different, to the other combat node. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's actually on the, it's gonna appear after the last combat mode. I'm just gonna assume. Okay, yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna guess it's gonna appear from here. Because the guide says last battle with the Musashi, so I wasn't sure if they meant the Musashi in Epiphany or they meant the very last node. In any case, this is a long interlude. Really long. My voice is starting to hurt. Ow. Christmas. I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. Along with others, she longs for the arrival of immortality. She is awakened by hazy voices in her mind. My spirit hath rejoiced in God my Savior. Among thousands of voices, an affable female one has grasped her. It started his journey long before Earth had even formed. The next moment, it changes to a male voice, chanting some strange but familiar lines among the data torrent. I can see the invisible microwave glow of the background radiation left over from the Big Bang. I see stars drifting aimlessly at hundreds of kilometers per second, and the space-time curving around them. I can even see millions of years into the future. That blue twinkle will blow up one day, sterilizing any nearby solar systems in an apocalypse that makes the wrath of human gods seem pitiful by comparison. The voice is calling a name, but she cannot recall where it comes from. This is the path of the shepherd. One day, your loved ones will bid you farewell. They will be entangled and wounded by thorns around them. Their blood shall pour upon the spikes. They would tell you the path is right before their death. The surreal but loving voice has grasped her heart. She feels something important is leaving. What is it? It will lead you to faraway places, but you cannot stop. Till one day we meet again, then you shall be crowned by our Lord. On the land shed by your blood, flowers will grow, outlasting the thorns by far more. Who is that? Before she can seize the fading thought, another voice has replaced the words and pulled her into the abyss of the punishing red tide. Like a living hell, the terrible suffering of all living creatures on the earth is displayed in her mind. If the Red Slayer thinks he slays, or if the slain think he is slain, they know not well the subtle ways. I keep and pass and turn again. The distant and the forgotten follow live like a shadow. Black tears roll down Liv's cheeks, falling into the red tide underneath. She walks among the stars and listens to everyone's dreams. The infinite pain and hesitation are condensed in her body, among which are some familiar voices. But there are too many of them, shouting, screaming, crying, deafening. But they cannot stop her. She continues wandering on the desolated land, wielding her scepter. The egret is still pecking the thorns under her feet, but it can no longer catch her attention. Shadow and sunlight are the same. The vanished gods to me appear, and one to me is shame and fame. She is ending the suffering of countless people with every step she takes. Scavengers who spent their lives in vagrancy and devoured by the red tide. Medics who left their homes for the battlefield. Soldiers who lost their ways. Father gave her the flower seeds, but mother was her Hestia. She taught her how to sow the seeds and irrigate with her blood. Hestia turned into soil in the end, telling her to keep going on her path. The despair that Liv sees in the eyes of all the people she has ever met has accumulated into decades of years of illusion. She reaches out to every one of them. This time, she holds their hands. In the void space, someone seems to be calling for that familiar name. But who is that? The next instant, Data explodes into unlimited visions in her mind, but she still cannot grasp that familiar feeling. They reckon ill who leave me out. When me they fly, I am the wings. I am the doubter and the doubt. Her consciousness is divided into thousands of pieces. They absorb all the punishing virus in the mind that she can connect to, which then forms a sea of data. An even clearer voice is pushing her. Among a great menagerie of subatomic particles, she sees windless seas, vast deserts, planets crashing into each other, their cosmic dust devouring all. Deaths turn into eternal cosmic rays. In the endless cycle of destruction and reincarnation, a voice enters her mind, unfolding and telling her, "You are the chosen one." She weeps for the sorrow of everything, but smiles because she has the power to cure it all. In the vast amount of data, something that originally was a part of her seems to have disappeared into the Crimson Sea. She walks into the desperate life of everyone and takes away the punishing virus, along with their sorrow and resentment. Every second feels like a million years. She watches buildings rise and fall, the sun rise and set. The lives of thousands of constructs fly past her mind in an instant. She witnesses their red nightmare fade away, replaced by a blue sky and white clouds. Their future has no punishing virus, nor does she need to be there. Then, from all the gaping tombs, there rises gradually an efflorescent, at first frail and timid, like steam, then white and virginal and more tufty, more and more tall and plentiful and marvelous. Little by little, irresistibly, invading all things, it transforms the graveyard into a sort of fairy-like and nuptial garden, over which rise the first rays of the dawn. The dew glitters, the flowers open their blooms, the wind murmurs in the leaves, the bees hum, the birds wake and flood the air with the first raptures of their hymns to the sun and to life. In that world, there are no deceased lives, regretful futures, or bitter hatred. I am the hymn that Brahman sings. The strong gods pine for my abode, and pine in vain the sacred seven. But thou, meek lover of the good, find me, and turn thy back on heaven. Ooh. Annunciation. Countless spikes rise from the crimson sea and pierce through the limping egret that has been following Liv. The white bird screeches, blood flowing from his chest. It sings the most euphonious and mournful dying song, like a nightingale that crimsons the rose with its heart's blood. As the egret struggles, its blood-soaked plumes begin to fall. Moments later, the egret loses all its plumes. From the tip of the thorn, a swift raven is reborn. The raven hovers in the air, chirping loudly. It flaps its wings to create a vortex in the red tide, its feathers flying in the sky. The raven feathers pull Liv down from the beautiful garden into another data torrent. She finds herself standing in the night. The raven continues to fly forward, pausing every now and then as if it is guiding Liv along. It stops at a bench at the end of the corridor. She cannot help but follow the raven until she sees someone sitting on the bench. Hello. What are you doing here? Hello. I'm looking for someone very important to me. Maybe she has lost her way. I see. If you are worried, why don't you try to look for her? It doesn't work. That's why I'm worried. She has to find her own direction. Are you worried that she may not come back? I'm worried that she cannot make a choice that reflects what she really wants. I'm afraid that she may end up going in the wrong direction, which contradicts her will. We are very regretful right now, because there are lots of things we haven't told her yet. Liv is touched by the emotion hidden under the human's peaceful look. She cannot help but start asking, what kind of person are you looking for? I'd like to help if I could. The human only gazes at her, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer. Soon the human stands up. The hovering raven lands on their shoulder. If you wish to know, the human walks forward, guiding Liv along. The views around them have also changed. It's a clean and tidy meeting room. Pale sunlight shines through the windows. There is no warmth within. A young girl and a young man stand in the center of the room. They look lost. Everything looks like old photos, quiet and melancholic. This is where we met. She made a shy self-introduction. We founded our squad. I didn't find her here. So, there were 4 members in your squad? It's amazing how fate brought you together. Liv imagines the shy person that was originally here. It must be a pleasant experience meeting her important ones. Was she anxious or looking forward to it? But now there are only 2 members left. A surge of sadness strikes Liv. The human continues walking forward. Now they are standing in a ruin. The girl and young man she saw just now are standing with stern looks, confronting another short-haired, disdainful female. There are strands of white hair on the ground. It seems someone was shielding the human behind, but nobody is there now. This is our first time taking part in a large-scale mission. Did you have an argument with someone? We met her former commandant. You mean that short-haired lady? No matter what, I don't think it's appropriate to engage in an argument with allies during a mission. Perhaps they had a complicated past. She never talked about it. I think she likes to take things on her own shoulders. But You mentioned that she was shy in your first meet. Now that she could stand out to face a person she didn't want to, maybe she's quite brave too. This is where we formed a true team, but I couldn't find her here either. The black-haired girl squats on the ground of the deserted shopping mall, holding a frog doll. She looks up, slightly low-spirited. It looks like someone was handing over the frog doll to her, but there is only a dirty sheep doll left on the ground now. She picked up her favorite toy here. Did she? That's a little childish. I wonder if she can live up to the duty of a soldier. She's not here either. The next scene is a high-rise metropolis. The black-haired girl and young man are standing side by side with their hands reaching out. The human also reveals the hand. On the back of all the hands are marker scribbles. It takes some time for Liv to recognize the pattern is a smiley face, but with one part missing. The human and Raven take her through many places, with the former explaining to her what happened there. The doll, the smiley face on the hands, the Christmas tree with strange decorations, and many other things. All those scenes in the past are restored, but they are all missing a piece. From what the humans said, Liv is able to put together the image of a lost girl. She is frail and naive. She can be very brave, but often gets sentimental. I think now I have a better understanding of this person you're looking for. She seems to always try to make everyone happy, but often ignores herself. From what she told me, I can feel she really cherishes this team and treats it with great care. She must fear losing any member of the team. She would never reveal this emotion. Instead, she would take their hands and encourage them. If a teammate is hurt, she would be greatly saddened and blame herself. But what if she gets hurt herself? Would the other people be tired of her pushing herself too hard? She finds her own happiness in other people's happiness. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for her? A human only shakes their head in silence, just like what she said. She has a soft heart, but she has never shown any fear on the battlefield. As the commandant myself, I was protected by her numerous times. She cherishes everybody that fights by her side, and every member of the team knows that. In every battle, we are responsible for the well-being of one another. This time, next time, every time. We always give our best to survive the battle and reunite. She is always concerned about the team's emotions, but never talks about her own sadness. Despite knowing the situation better than anyone else, she never brings negative emotions to us, but inspires us with kind words instead. She is our treasure. That's why I hope she can grow well, even when I'm away. I'll be with her no matter what she becomes, what decision she makes. But if she is lost, I will do everything I can to find her. If she is hurt, no matter where she is, I will be there to protect her. That's why I'm worried. If she is lost and we can't find her, I don't know if she can find the way that she wants to take. I see. I understand. She must be very important to you. I'll help you to find her. Before that, can I ask you one more question? What is it? If you ever find her, what do you want to tell her? I hope she can have her wish come true. For the first time, the human smiles, but with great grief. Making others' wishes come true doesn't mean you have to give up on your own. Back to us. Don't put it all on yourself. Liv seems to have seen some disjointed but familiar scenes. Shocked by the dissonance, Liv's eyes widened. She is deeply confused. That person, who is she? It's you, Liv. Liv, you made many wishes come true for Grey Raven, for your friends, and for all the humans on the earth. Now, can you listen to your own voice for once? Can you hear it? Don't hurt her anymore. Let her go. Give her back. The familiar voices get louder. Are they calling her? The white-haired girl is struck by confusion. Tears well up in her eyes like sparkles on the ocean, and roll down her cheeks. The white wings and dress disappear as she returns to her original look. Commandant? Commandant. Everybody. She can hear it. Give Liv back to us. This is Lucia. The black-haired girl is like her elder sister who is always there to protect her. Despite the heavy burden of destiny she has to carry, she has never stopped venturing forward. Don't decide for us. Don't put it all on yourself. Lee, he's not good at expressing himself, but deep in his heart, he cares about everybody more than anyone else. He always does things for us without telling anyone. That person is you, Liv. It's the Commandant. The human who never hesitates to help her whenever she is in need. Brilliant as the sun and calm as the moon, this person can be reckless at times, but always creates a road forward for everyone in crisis. At this very moment, she feels their thoughts, resentment, and pain, all caused by the loss of her. The ravens fly away and the human starts to disappear. She reaches out her hand, but cannot grab anything. There is only darkness. Wow. That was beautiful. Resurrection. Young mistress, why did you stop? Please save me. Save those who are devoured by the red tide. Is that Callie? No, Callie would never say that. Oh, you know it's serious when it's all silent. What are you doing, medic? The death of the soldiers would be for nothing if you stop right now. How could you do this to them? The officer wouldn't define their death as sacrifice for nothing. Live for the good of humanity. You have to save them, no matter who you are. This is never the way to make everyone happy. Never. The Commandant showed me a better solution than this. I can definitely do that. Oops. Oh my god. Oh, I'm not even close enough. That is... And to the glowing spot. That is... me. I... never... Lucia? Lucia is still fighting. Countless memories of her own flood in. She remembers now. She is Liv. Callie held her hands and watched her grow up. Officer Yelena showed her the direction of her life. Grey Raven formed a bond with her. Come back, Liv. Lady Liv. Liv, who did it? Private Liv. Liv? Is that you? That name cannot be any clearer now. It's her name. He who has taken you from you into heaven will come again, in the same way as you saw him go into heaven. I see the flashes that flashed from the far side of the universe long before Earth had even formed. That blue twinkle will blow up one day, sterilizing any nearby solar systems in an apocalypse that makes the wrath of human gods seem pitiful by comparison. It will lead you to faraway places, but you cannot stop till one day we meet again. Liv, I've always been with you. Liv starts to recognize the owners of these voices. The distortion caused by the punishing virus had put together the disjointed words found in various memory data and guided her toward the unknown space. These voices, on the other hand, pulled her back onto the real path. She is no longer the girl with no home to go back to. Many people are waiting for her. Liv's heart starts to beat faster as she walks toward in the darkness. She hears a kind female voice as she walks past a wall of withered honeysuckles. I believe young mistress might have become the person that she always wanted to be. Thank you, Callie. I was lucky to have you watching me grow up. Sorry I gave up my dream, but I have become the person that I've always wanted to be. Don't worry, Callie. Liv wipes her eyes. Callie, I miss you. She pauses for a few seconds and takes a deep bow to the wall before moving on. She keeps walking. A damaged white dress hangs on a small battle rune. That white dress of mine. You've always liked it, haven't you? I can tell. You can have it. Sis, sorry I couldn't take good care of your gift. I hope you are having a good time with brother, mother, and father. I have earned my happiness with my own effort. I try to grasp the possibility of that future, and I hope you will too. Liv keeps walking, leaving the white dress behind. She sees the operating table where she had the construct surgery. There's nothing good about it. We did it because there was no other way. Officer Yelena, in the end I didn't listen to your advice. But I promise I will keep my soul shape. The Grey Raven's lounge is just ahead. It doesn't work. That's why I'm worried. She has to find her own direction. Commandant, I will find the way back. Lucia, Lee, I promise. Determined, Liv takes a deep breath and walks forward. The illusions are wrapped up like canvases behind. The punishing virus continues to pull her from the darkness. With every step she takes, the pain in her mind gets more intense, as if she is walking on knives. Shadow and sunlight are the same. The vanished gods to me appear. The apathetic voice from the darkness once again lures her to return to the red tide and devour herself. It tells her the best ending will be to dissolve in the ultimate ascension network and merge into the universe. But she will not. She is going to the real world. The world with devoted prayers, brilliant stars, selfless battles, and all beautiful things. The world where her friends are calling her name. She sees a glow at the end of the darkness. in a place farther away. Everyone is standing there, waiting for her. This redemption is no longer achieved through sacrifice. She will grasp this future with her own hands, the future where everyone is. The pain intensifies as she draws closer to the light. The data torrent almost washes her away. She tries to reach her hand out. Tears seem to slide out of her eyes. The pain almost rips her apart, preventing her from breaking away. Her fingertips have transcended the ocean's surface, the graveyard, and gravity, heading to the light, to all the hope that remains and the deepest yearning within her, to where she began. It is as if a pair of hands grabbed her. Between her breaths, the punishing tide has receded. The shattered data in her mind is glowing like stars. She is guided into a brilliant and warm light, soft as water. She sees an illusion of herself. All the sorrow has dissolved in her merciful eyes. There is no pain, only calm and peace. She exists at every point in this vast universe simultaneously, like a boundless mist that fills the cosmos. The silver desert of stellar sand grains burns within her, giving a light glow. Liv wipes her tears and smiles. Thank you, but I should go. The phantom smiles and hugs Liv into her arms. They have merged together. Liv's body is infused with infinite strength. The next instant, countless blue birds break free from the red tide. They hover perpetually and harmoniously down to the confines of the horizon. Birds are innumerable to the point of appearing to be the breath of the sky. She opens her eyes among the blue birds. They are no longer occupied by pain and mercy, but are filled with care and courage. She sees a pair of hands reaching for her, pulling her away from the dream. She hears a familiar voice. She also reaches out to that person. Oh, there it is. Prophecy, what now? Simeon. Yarha encountered a couple of corrupted during his escape. He rolled down some rocks and fell into a ruin. He had a blackout. After his ears stopped ringing, he began to moan in pain. For one moment, he thought he was already dead. Would it be better to die from falling as a deserter than dying on the battlefield as a hero? He didn't know. While unconscious, he feels like someone is grabbing his shoulders and pulling his body. Still dizzy, Yarha opens his eyes and sees a white figure. She looks like an innocent white soul on the battlefield. I'm dead. I'm going to die. He starts to sob. Knowing that he will never see the stars again, fear has taken hold of him. Don't worry. Relax. Liv? Is that you? It's me. Yarha, I need you to relax. I have compressed your wound. Next I'm going to wrap it up. I defected. Am I going to die? You are not going to die here, soldier. Yarha is still dizzy, but he has heard her reply, as well as the unique, crisp, and heavy footsteps of corrupted. He asks himself if he still wants to live. But what can he possibly do even if he does? What punishment awaits him after he returns to the army as a deserter? Is a coward like him worthy to live on? Yarha's body is getting heavier. His mind turns numb. Despair has taken over the fear of death. He fumbles around, finally pulling out his gun. I have one last bullet in my gun. He took the gun with him and fired at Corrupted on his way, but none of the bullets landed, so he could only keep running. I kept it for myself. You should go. Yarha tries to raise his hand, but can't even lift up the gun due to fear and injury. It falls to the side. A cold liquid is washing his painful body. Liv didn't leave, but kept giving him emergency treatment instead. The last bullet should be kept for the enemy, not yourself. What can I do with just one bullet? Alright, the wound on your head isn't too bad, but don't move your legs too much. The medic finishes treating his wounds. She kneels next to him, looking him in the eye. You aren't the only one injured here. We'll not leave you behind. Yarha realizes there are other wounded soldiers lying next to him. This medic has saved them all. As for the approaching corrupted, she puts the gun back into Yarha's hand again. Its model is Domestic Gardener M62 and is already significantly damaged. Its action module is located right behind the panel on its chest. If the module is shot, all its action logic will be disabled, and it won't attract any other corrupted either. Are you asking me to shoot it? If you still want to keep going, that's the only way. Yarha is trembling, but he doesn't have much time to hesitate. He takes a deep breath in, slowly lifts his gun, and tries to focus on it. Aim. Fire. Sparks come out of the corrupted's chest as it stumbles. Its mechanical body begins to tremble fiercely, and all its slim limbs are wiggling abnormally. After what feels like a century, it finally waddles in another direction. Cold sweat races down Yarha's head, but he feels relieved inside. It is the first time that he solved a crisis entirely on his own. He turns to the medic. The white-haired girl makes a relieved smile. Yarha's vision blurs. Her pale smile disappears as Yarha's mind is pulled back to the cold reality. He stares at the screen. A pure white frame is slowly spinning around on the holographic screen. There is a lot of data flowing next to it. Yarha lifts his hand and swipes the data with a finger, sending them into the icon of a file. He then opens Kurono's internal comms channel. He taps send, just like how he lightly pulled the trigger back then. Interesting. That's interesting. That was a reread of Imperia. That was a long one. That was really long. Holy. Let me take a drink of water here. But that was really good. I think Imperia now might be my new favorite interlude. That was really, really good. Alright, so the only other interlude I've not done would be Capriccio, I believe. Yes, Capriccio is the only one. Oh, and yes, this Pulau's interlude is of the past, is her, like, when she was a kid. Okay. The last one is Capriccio. Alright, let's do Capriccio then. Let me see here. Selena Capriccio. Follow each construct during Festival of Vicissitudes. In turn, until they stop speaking, a blue hint around their legs disappears. As that happens, move to the next construct in the following order. Female, construct soldier, construct captain. Make sure you don't move on too early. Once the captain says that the corrupted device is close, tap the special icon and answer the questions. Pick construct captain as your first answer. Construct soldier as your second. That's interesting. Alrighty. Let's read through Capriccio. The Shepherd. And then I'll take a look back at the other interludes and see which hidden ones I haven't done yet and read through those. Those ones, the hidden nodes for these interludes are fairly short, so. Dear Selena, what will you be doing when you receive this letter? This is my first time writing a letter. Fine, this is also my first time writing a letter. I reckon this is the only way I can share my thoughts with you now. I've been planning to write a story recently. Play. Perhaps you'll be surprised when you read the script. Maybe you'll laugh. I'm a novice when it comes to theater, after all, and the story is suitably amateurish. But you'll get yourself involved after you're done laughing, won't you? You'll mentor me and offer suggestions. Wouldn't that be great? I have a photo with me as I'm writing this, an image of an opera house down there on the surface. You said you had always wanted to visit it, and since you saw a photo of it when you were young. Of course, you wouldn't just be there for the opera house. It's located near Evacuation Site 184 from the Great Evacuation. There are so many remnants of great artwork that you want to see. Now that I think about it, the opera house is probably abandoned without the resources and labor to maintain it. And it is no longer as beautiful as its picture. Still, I can't help but wonder. If you passed by it on your journey, if you were there right now, what would you do? Tell me, Selena. If the Pantheon still existed today, it probably won't stand any more impressive than this. A giant chandelier, beautiful and extravagant, hangs from the magnificent dome, illuminating the famous mural above with its refracted lights from multiple angles. No one knows if there are any discrepancies between that and the original. No one cares whether the details match the records for that matter. All it has to do is to be there, just like the pillars carved with detailed scenes and contribute to the opulence and grandeur of the building. Every inch of this place is indescribably ostentatious, and unfortunately, this is probably the last and dreamiest opera house left in the world. An opera house of this caliber is right here, sitting in an old evacuation site from the Great Evacuation. Wait, that must be it. A light breeze slips through a gap in the cracked ceiling, gently moving a curtain hung on a beam. Sunlight sneaks in from a hole in the curtain, casting a spotlight on the stage, moving as the curtain shifts and sways until it lands on the girl who has been standing there for a while. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Stepping out from the sunlight, she gently skips across the gaps on the stage, stopping at the apron before taking half a step back. She slightly bends her knees and curtsies. The light from above illuminates the small letters embroidered on her dress. Flora. Summer's leaf hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance of nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death break thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to the time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching our show. The girl reads to an empty theater. After a while, she frowns and takes a small step back. No, it should be more earnest. Thank you for coming to this performance, my most esteemed guests. Right, that's more like it. She spins, turning to face the audience again. With a small book in her hand, she raises it, looking solemn. Before the curtain rises, allow me to tell you a story. It's the story of a gentleman I know. A scavenger he was, and a soldier too. Misery bound, unlike the Babylonians. A ticket to Eden was not his fate. But fortune smiled upon him. He fared better than most as a scavenger taken in by a conservation area. Dew from the sky garden blessed the arid land with shelter sprouted, warding the wandering wight. Well, that was what he concluded. I didn't really understand the meaning of it, but he was a lucky man regardless. Noticing that she has forgotten to maintain her expression during her mumbles, she rubs her cheeks and picks up the script again. His long time of roaming filled his ears with words of self-pity. The world owed him, he thought, and he thought how it only took from him and not those living in the sky. He'd live a life of more if only others had less. Words of woe would not wither the warmth within him withal. I don't know how I managed to read all of that without making a single mistake. He met Art, a burning sun, underneath which crops grew in the farms. Grass thrived on the fields, and flowers flourished by the rivers. The shadow of pity dissipated as the sun shone upon him, melting his cold, cruel heart. Amidst of its light is a flower that radiated the brightest. A story of a hero, that flower told, about a man who sacrificed himself for his comrades. Contrary to his soul not being, he blessed his parting friends on his dying breath. The flower and the sun warmed the wanderer's heart. Fire begot fire, and the next sun our scavenger vowed to be. What a glorious construct soldier he became. A mere first step, it was on the path to the flaming star. Seeds were planted on his way forward. His own story of the flower he saw, invigorated and retold by him. The last battle, fierce and deadly it was, saw the inevitable sacrifice of our marching soldier. Gone he may be, his tales of valor guide us still on the pilgrimage to art, and I stand among the pilgrims. No, I'm sure I was the first of them. The girl chokes up lightly before holding up the script again. A straightforward journey this has not been. Some were lost in sorrow from his passing. His wife, for instance, once passionate about the radiance of art with her husband and child, the lady of the house was no less talented, gifted with a voice that moves heaven. Blissful she looked in a duet with her love. Pain and misery remained in the poor woman's eyes whenever she came across a script after her husband departed. She spoke of his demise on the battlefield as harrowing and dreadful. The noble spirits in the stories paled in the face of death. Whispering those words, she just looked hurt. I don't want to see Mom like that. It hurts me as well, just like Dad's death. Flora stopped speaking as the memories of losing a loved one hit her young and frail heart like lightning once again. The gentle and strong arms that could lift her and dance are no more, lost in gunpowder and smoke. She thought it would hurt less if she told the story from someone else's perspective. Still, she cannot help but cry when the story reaches her father's end. She craves the protection and warm hugs his arms once offered. There is no warmth in her tears. Mom, I could hear weeping every night since Dad was gone. Those tears were mine. Every night you would hold me and comfort me. I do appreciate it. But I still hear weeping every night, even when I found a way to anchor my memories of him and learn to comfort others. Mom, you were the one crying. You only cried when I fell asleep. I wanted to get Dad back so you'll stop feeling so hurt. No, I've already found him. He's always beside us, in these plays he wrote. Flora's fingers clutched the script in her hand. That's why I'm here, in the center of the art capital. Flora holds up her hands, showcasing the deserted theater to the darkness. This was one of the many evacuation points during the Great Evacuation. This place also held on to many wondrous relics of past civilizations. Bathed in their light, I will do my best to perform Dad's past deeds. The heroic tales that moved him, the songs we sang to our neighbors, the small props we made ourselves, they are all parts of the soul Dad has left behind. He said that sacrifices shouldn't just inflict pain. They should inspire bravery and invoke hope of the calm after the storm. If I can understand this hope, the spirit of his play, then maybe you'll understand, Mom, that Dad never left us. We can move forward with the hope he gifted us. With that, Flora curtsies once more. Then, please enjoy this performance, which is also a rehearsal, of course. The only response she gets is the breeze and the rattling rocks. A gust of wind blows past her clothes, revealing her arm behind the sleeve. It shows signs of infection from the punishing virus. Little girl lost. Dear Selena, are you resting from your tiring journey when you receive this letter? As I said, I'm trying to write a play, but it has proven to be more difficult than I imagined. It's a one-woman journey, a path laid with precursors' footsteps, but it's been so difficult to take the right turn. To provoke the emotions I wanted, I even did something akin to an author, and made a fool out of myself. I've attached my foolish deeds. If you see this, you can laugh at my mishap as a dear friend could. I must admit that these laughs attest to my apprehension as a young creator. Oops, you're still on? I left my phone idle watching your stream. Really? You didn't have to do that. Yeah, right now I'm just going through Capriccio. Selena Interlude. Should I word it like that? Is that metaphor weird? These questions of uncertainty pop up every so often in the process. But the thing that really shook me was a photo of you I just discovered when I was looking into the archives. It was a It was a photo your mother took of you at the end of the premiere night of the Acadia evacuation. You were smiling, but you were more unsettled than I am now. You were even panicking. What happened to you that day? What did you see? You were unnerved by your own work. Why was that? Tell me, Selena. This is a record. Not something as official as a report, nor as private as a diary. They're just words, like something you would say to a friend when you talked about your day. I wish to record my current situation in the form of letters. I'm currently at Conservation Area 184, near the old evacuation site during the Great Evacuation. As a member of the archaeological team, I myself have always wanted to visit this region. Now, taking advantage of an expedition mission from WJAA, I finally had the opportunity to visit this area after the red field subsided. Not just to study this place, but to commemorate as a hero as well. I thought I would be singing an ode for the hero or searching among the ruins outside the conservation area for the relics we couldn't bring to Babylonia all those years ago. But here I am, finding myself before an unexpected audience. What are you writing, miss? Oh, pretty. Oh, this. Selena's hand stops as the cursive word flowing out of her pen reaches the end of its last stroke. They're just records, like stories. Miss, keep going. What happened to Prospero afterward? Oh, of course. Afterward, Prospero... Yes, I'm enjoying telling stories to the children here. They were fairy tales in the beginning, but we've somehow moved on to plays now. What surprised me was how much the children here have an innate understanding of stories. Fairy tales or plays, they've more or less grasped the core emotions of them all. Perhaps all children have the capacity for art. They're like seeds, waiting to be woken by spring. It might be arrogant of me to say this, but I hope the stories I told here will bring them a puff of spring breeze. I hope this breeze will reach all corners of this earth. Just like that, Prospero renounced magic and forgave his enemy, returning to his kingdom. Huh, that's not right. Why would Prospero give his brother so easily? Right? Antonio screwed him over. Why wouldn't he punish the bad guy? Well, we'll have to start with the beginning of this character's arc. Right, an arc of a character is the gradual transformation of a character in the story. About that, perhaps I shouldn't explain it outright. You will need to think about it yourselves. Huh? Why? Well, stories don't come with correct answers. If you can come to your own conclusion, it's perhaps a compliment to the storyteller as well. She smiles at the children around her. So, do you want to listen to a song while you think? Yes, please. Of course, of course. Now, if you would pay attention. As Selena says that, her gaze lands on the crowd in the distance. Conservation Area 184 is situated near an old evacuation site of the Great Evacuation. Even when ravaged by war, the city nearby is still marked by artworks from the past. Refugees from that city also carry these marks as well. After they were sheltered, the citizens here would share stories and rumors with the soldiers and vice versa, prompted by brief, chanced interactions. The children even said that operas from Babylonia would play here sometimes. But right now, this is not a relaxed place with people exchanging tales. On the contrary, Selena can see the sadness that lingers on everyone's faces. A few weeks before her arrival, a moderate-sized battle took place here. The despair on the people's faces echoes what has transpired. They need the comfort that a child would need. So Selena has chosen a lullaby. She starts gently, like a mother rocking a baby's cradle. As the song progresses, she increases her volume slowly, making sure her voice is carried beyond the children encircling her. As the song quiets down, her voice still manifests brightly. Her gentle voice can calm every child it can reach. This is a lullaby. They are songs that comfort children, that comfort everyone. Will Prospero hear it too? Perhaps Prospero needed a lullaby too. What kind of lullaby do you think he'd need? I think a gentle one like the one you sang is enough. After all his adventures, he might need some compliments on top of comfort. That's not right. Selena smiles, walking away from the group of children. They need a space where they can talk among themselves. And she finally has a chance to head toward the person she has been searching for. Excuse me, are you Pieter? I am. The construct soldier raises his head from maintenance and takes off his gears, revealing an aged, rigid face. Selena salutes him. Nice to meet you. My name is Selena. Babylonia has learned about what transpired during the battle near Conservation Area 184. You have been instrumental during the fight, leading a squad and carrying out a vital decapitation operation. Your bravery was instrumental in preventing a catastrophe in the conservation area. Everyone alive here is grateful for your contribution. Babylonia recognizes your actions and would love to bring you up to commemorate you. It's my honor. Hold up, I'll head up if I have time. His response is simple and direct, without a hint of joy. Selena gathers from his age that he is long used to commendation like this. He does not stop speaking, however. A notice for commendation could have been done with comms. I wasn't expecting a person. The song he sang, that was your idea? It was. I thought it would bring some comfort, in the most gentle way. Away from the bonds and rules of the highbrow art world, Selena cannot help but relax in a simpler place like this, where she can be more direct about her intents and thoughts with others. I worried that it would offend those of you who were on the battlefield, so I decided to sing it to the children instead, hoping the song would reach your ears as well. She looks to the side as she says that, and she thinks the furrowed brows of the sorrowful crowd have indeed eased a little. Perhaps commendations and operas cannot heal the wound and fight off the enemies, but if there are fighters who protect during battles, then there should be fighters who remember afterward. Piero, the logistician, Bovar, the scout, Celia, the analyst, and many, many others. I was sent here to make sure they are not forgotten, to make sure their families and the people here understand what they have given. so that the people who live can share the light and have their spirits soothed. This is what the commendation is for. Is that so? You did well. The veteran remains impassive, but his nod seems to suggest a compliment to Selena. You're Selena, right? I've heard of you. A rising star from WGAA. Wasn't expecting to find you here. Thank you, Selena. I've received your notification. I still have a mission coming up. Excuse me. Of course. But please, one more thing. You should know a man named Florence. He was a member of your team. He assisted you in decapitating the target corrupted during that battle. It was crucial to the outcome. The children informed me that Florence joined the army because of an opera that moved him. As a fellow soldier and art lover, I wish to show my regard for his courage. I was hoping to locate his family to deliver Babylonia's recognition to them, while bringing cover to his family and friends. Would you like to join me as his captain after you complete your mission? Of course. That's what I usually do. Thank you very much. Would you mind telling me where he lived? I can show you the way, miss. Before she finishes speaking, Selena feels a small pull on her hand. She looks down and sees a boy grabbing her finger, pulling lightly. Uncle Florence lived quite far away. If Uncle Piety is busy, I can take you there. If I take you, can you sing that song again, miss? It's just that my mom passed during the battle. The song reminded me of the lullaby she sang me. I want to record the song so I can listen to it later. Is that okay? Is that alright? Of course, dear. We can do this now. A child's spirit is as delicate as an adult, and as resilient. Selena looks at Pieter, who nods and turns to leave. As he said, he still has a mission to attend. For real? That's awesome. Let me find the recorder. The boy takes out an old recording device from his large coat, rust staining its external speaker as a morning glory flower. Uncle Florence made this himself. We all got one from him. I think I have to press this to start recording. The boy finds a button on the device and presses it. Selena prepares to sing. But instead of a notification that the recording is started, what they hear is an aria. Oh, that's not it. That's a song Uncle Florence recorded. How do I stop this? The boy fiddles with the recording device in a panic, but Selena catches his fluttering arms and holds them down. Hold on. Please, let me hear this. She lowers her gaze, watching the recorder and frozen in place. The boy assumes Selena is enjoying the opera recording, so he stays silent for a second before speaking quietly. Uncle Florence loved this opera very much. He said that was what made him join the army in the first place. The boy seems to be sharing with Selena how he feels and recalling what he was thinking the first time he heard this song. I also like it a lot. It reminds me of what the grown-ups fighting the monsters outside the conservation area said, the reasons they fight. What did Mom sacrifice herself for? What was she thinking when she stepped out and fought? I seem to understand a little bit more every time I hear this song. That's important. Oh, is that so? Selena answers briefly, before turning her attention back to the aria. It is a magnificent, flaunting melody. The singer's passionate voice evokes angry shouts at times and tearful cries at others. The two emotions interweave and linger on a thread called death, a lament for someone who passed. The voice pushes and pulls, reaching high and low, finally approaching the climax. And then a hand pushes the stop button hurriedly. Uncle Pieter, the veteran, who is heading out for a mission, appears behind Selena out of nowhere. Reed, your dad's looking for you. He needs your help with your mother's things. Oh, I'll get going. Miss, can I come and find you later? Sure, of course. The boy packs up his recorder and leaves in a hurry. Selena watches him go, but her eyes are not focusing on his figure, nor anything else. Can I ask you a question, sir? Shoot. I heard what the boy played. It was a small part of an opera. The boy said that Florence decided to join the army after hearing it. I know that opera well. It's called the Acadia Evacuation. I wrote it. Don't think too much of it. It was my fault that I couldn't stop him from sacrificing himself. The veteran's voice is hoarse, but his tone is soft. You should be proud of your talent. Your work was influential and powerful enough to carry on the legacy you claimed. You did everything you set out to do. Selena closes her eyes. She hears the tempest. She thought she had found the meaning behind her belief and her passion, with which she could build a ship that sheltered people from the storm, taking her through all the unknown tempests on the sea. She never thought that the tempest would brew from what she loves. One of the people she mourns now was on the battlefield because of her song. With the truth revealed to her by the boy, she finds herself once again drifting in the tempest, as Ferdinand and Antonio did. If you wouldn't mind telling me, where's the girl they call Flora? The tempest is still brewing, but Selena sails forward. I want to see her. The veteran appears to be caught off guard. She's not here right now. The mission I would just received says that she left her home last night. I'm going to get her back now. Festival of Innocence. Dear Selena, I just came back from visiting your mother as I'm writing this letter. She looked better than before. She wouldn't stop talking about how good your opera was. It was obvious that she was still proud of her daughter's achievements. Seeing how proud she looked, I couldn't help but think how nice it'd be if you were here to guide me right now. That's right. I need a guide, a mentor who knows about stories to show me the way. Simply put, I hit writer's block, bottleneck in the story. It was the first time I realized that writers do want to bang their heads on the wall in situations like this. Luckily, it wasn't a particularly stubborn block. Your mom expertly suggested how the story could progress once I mentioned my predicament. I know she's a talented vocalist, but her insights of storytelling also impressed me greatly. Was that how you grew up, surrounded by their wisdom and knowledge? How did you convince them when you decided to become a construct? Had you moved the family that loved you so much with the same earnestness even before that? Tell me, Selena. Yours, Isla. Cold, hunger, unprompted fatigue, and pain keep hitting Flora's body in waves. Her throat dry, her voice harsh sounding. The weariness from speaking the lines for so long is tormenting her. Now you know how I feel when I do a lot of these live readings. She wants to be comforted and cared for as every child does. What would Mom do at a time like this? The young girl tries to find comfort in her memories, but soon she shakes her head. I can't think of anything. Mom is usually more anxious than me in situations like this. Hunger and cold are constants for scavengers, so there is nothing scarier for those who have found shelter and warm food than returning to those days. Whenever the conservation area is hit by corrupted or supplies stop because of natural disasters, the people living there will return to the horrifying nightmare. Laura remembers her mother holding her in fear when that happens. Her mother's trembling lips humming an out-of-tune lullaby. The pride her mother would show when their family performs or sings with neighbors is nowhere to be found. The young Flora does not understand this. All she knows is that sometimes her mother is even more delicate than her, needing someone to look after her. Then, what would I have done? She thinks for a second, then smiles. I would say, it's okay, Mom. Things here aren't really that scary. They are all pretty if you don't just look at what they are now. Flora suddenly points at a dent in the audience where a pool of still, stale water sits. Look, Melias's Ophelia might have floated past here along the creek in the distance. She does that a lot. Her father taught her everything. She turns and points at the remaining half of a stone pillar, its surface scored with marks of weathering and a standing record of time past. Look there. Perhaps David was watching this place with his pebble, waiting for Goliath's arrival. Every view she sees, every color it contains, they were all once beautiful at some point in time. In Flora's world, all fear is gone with all this beauty. Flora's mother would always hold Flora intensely afterward, her trembling hands caressing Flora's cheek until she would calm down and smile, the gentle smile that she would normally wear. That is what she would do. That was what she was doing the night before her father left. That is how she can comfort her mother. Flora raises a finger suddenly. Look, that ray of sunlight has showered this earth for billions of years and it is still shining today. It is an eye, a compassionate eye that carries warmth. Its tender gaze has brought this land prosperity. A breeze blows by, lifting the curtain and shaking off the dust on it. Under the ray of sunlight, the dust turns into glistening ripples, reaching Flora's nose. She lowers her fingers before coughing constantly as she breathes the dust in. After a brief moment of having trouble breathing, Flora is half kneeling, half sitting on the floor, realizing she can't even stand. Without her parents' warm embrace or hot food to feed herself, her small, frail body is aching. Maybe I should tell myself what I'd tell Mom now. If they can make her smile, then I can smile too. She whispers to herself. Struggling to stand up, she leans on the wall. And another story. The wind flips over the script by her feet, sending her a shiver through her thin jacket. Flora sneezes, but she tries her best to maintain her impassioned voice. This one is a story of an old gentleman. This gentleman's name is Pieter. He is a hero of the conservation area. He is our hero. He can travel to the place the Sky Dwellers retreated to, and he can bring back a lot of stories from their haven. One of the stories he brought back, the one that was the most interesting and impacted me the most, was an opera. It was called The Acadia Evacuation, written by a young playwright from Babylonia. My friends and I, as well as our parents, would gather and watch the opera on a big screen, guided by Pieter's narration. It was an emotional and magnificent story. Every one of us was moved. Dad left very quickly that day. He missed our dance. The dance. It was just me and my friends trying to do something to express our feelings while we still had the strength to do so. I didn't know what we could do to express how we felt except for moving our arms and legs and dancing. Regardless, I took Rita and the others and we started waving our hands, celebrating the hero's ending in the story. With her back against the wall, Flora lifts a hand, imagining the day when she danced with her friends. She is dancing the lead role. She imagines getting her friends into graceful dancers. She does not know how many times they would have stopped or stepped on each other's toes if she were actually dancing with them, unsteady as she is right now. But she is enjoying the solo dance in her imagination. All of a sudden, she reaches her hand upward as if asking the sunlight from the gap in the ceiling to join her. Right. Didn't I ask Uncle Pieter to dance with me as well? He refused. His frame was too big to dance with someone like me. Flora closes her eyes and thinks for a second, then sighs. I did try, thinking I could jump and dance at the same time, but I messed up all my steps. Luckily, Uncle Pieter was very encouraging. Out of nowhere, he looked at me and said I reminded him of his child. Uncle Pieter's son likes stories as much as I do. He'd jump up and down every time he heard one. Uncle Pieter remembers that his son asked him to return soon to continue his story on the day before the actual Great Evacuation. But he was too busy carrying statues or paintings or something for the Sky Dwellers. Anyways, he didn't tell his son how that story ended. What a shame. I've rarely heard an incomplete story. How difficult it must have been for his son to have to wait for the ending of the story. If I can meet Uncle Pieter's son. Oh, he must be old enough to be my uncle too. If I meet him, I have to talk to him about this story of his. I hope I can comfort him with how agonizing he must be with only half a story. Every time I told Uncle Pieter about this, he would look like he was about to cry. He said he probably wouldn't see his son for a very, very long time. I said something to him to comfort him. Right, what was it I said? Flora looks at the seats and lowers her voice as if asking the statues, the paintings, the silent artworks that have stood there for a long, long time. She looks up after a while. Oh, right. I said, there must be a lot of stories he can tell his son when they see each other again. I know that war is a very terrifying thing, but as horrible as it is, it can't cover up all the good things ahead of us. Just like what Dad used to say. Flora raises her arms in joy, hugging the air as if embracing her parents. She imagines the veteran storyteller standing nearby, ready to tell the next tale. Worked. Right then, Flora realizes she is smiling as she hugs herself. She is smiling because of what she envisioned, and her smile is as endearing as her mother's when comforted. It reaffirms what she believes. Her sincere performance and imagination will touch her mother, and her mother will understand how she feels, how her father felt. She picks up the script once again. Alright, Festival of Vicissitudes. This is where I can get the hidden node. Okay, so it says follow each construct during Festival of Vicissitudes in turn, while they stop speaking, until they stop speaking, and the blue hint around their legs disappears. Once that happens, move to the next construct in the following order. Female construct, construct soldier, construct captain. Okay. Dear Selena, I have started work on my story again after receiving your mother's suggestions. The writing has been going smoothly, more or less. I'm afraid I don't have more updates regarding it right now. To compensate, I've attached a funny thing that happened during the writing process. If my last letter alarmed you, I hope this one will offer you peace of mind. Even better if it makes you laugh. I've seen you smile, but it was always a polite smile before your mother or other guests. Even I have rarely seen you smile comfortably as yourself. But I can't forget it too. I can't forget it, having seen it once. Not long after you became a construct and joined the archaeological team, you helped restore an opera from a composer in the Golden Age. You couldn't wait to contact me the moment you finished listening to that old performance. And when I saw that beautiful bright smile on your face, that was the real thing. You smiled as you told me how much you were enjoying the opera, how it still lingered with you. You were wondering who this composer was and for what reason this person joined the fight. You were thinking about how you would tell him what his work meant to you. I'm listening to it right now as I write this. It's been entered into WGAA's archives. Now everyone can listen to the story that made you smile. What kind of an image would you conjure up when you hear about this? If you met that composer in your journey, what would you say? Selena. Selena? Selena. Deep in thought, Selena looks up to see the wilting flowers and ruins that litter the land before her. Deep in thought. Oh, why is it repeating? This area is too barren to be called a city ruin, but the echoes of past civilizations mean this is no wilderness either. This is one of the ruins of the great evacuation site. A large battle took place here a few weeks ago. I'm performing my duty as a member of the archaeological team and searching for art data at this evacuation site. I'm performing my duty as a member of the archaeological team. Why is it repeating? I was just considering where to start. She then looks at the colors-covered ground. She is not sure if it is the work of someone or nature, but a sea of flowers has blossomed on the war-ravaged field. A few of the petals have been crushed, leaving behind small footprints. I'm also looking for a girl named Flora. I heard she left the conservation area for a while now. She will likely get infected in this area with a low punishing virus concentration. Selena looks at the small footprints. A girl was running across this field a few hours ago in the night. Thanks for helping, but just having more boots on the ground doesn't make the search easier. Thanks. Jeez. Searching for missing people from the conservation area is my job and expertise. You're from WGAA. You're here for the commendation, and I suppose. Okay, it's a bit okay. The text is a bit out of whack right now. This part right here is supposed to be narration. Peter points to the stone wall next to him. Complex and artistic patterns cover the surface, where a faded plate engraved on top vaguely reads, Evacuation Site 184, Acadia Evacuation. You're right. Oh. In that case, would you allow me to assist you while I carry out my own mission? Selena smiles, walking forward along the wall Peter was pointing, looking further beyond where the stone wall lies. Look, this is a standard pattern you'd find in a large gallery right before the main hall. Flora would have recognized it and headed for the gallery. She would. Selena points to one side of the stone wall. Head that way. You looked into Florence's girl. Or no, I'm guessing Peter was the one that said that. You looked into Florence's girl. I simply asked around among the children. They told me that Flora is a well-known art lover in Conservation Area 184. She has left behind paintings and notes about her dreams and the stories she wants to tell. Clearly, Florence taught her much. As she has wandered away to somewhere fairly concentrated with punishing virus away from the conservation area, is nowhere to be found. It was because of what her mother did. After Flora's mother heard about her husband's death, she threw away most of his work in a moment of grief, while Flora collected them back, again and again. Eventually, she left with those work without anyone noticing. Flora would have left with complicated feelings, hoping to find a way to save her grieving mother. She might not have a destination in mind, but when she reached here, she must have slowed down for the ruins as an art lover. She might be wondering what these places looked like in the past. This could have been a supple field where wheat, barley, rye, wild beans, and peas flourish. Oh, she was saying that, and that is narration. She lifts her hand to her waist, opening her palm as if the crops she mentioned are really here, and as she is touching them. These could have been the turfy mountains where the sheep hobble, a sheep nibble, the flat meads thatched with stover, and the banks with peoned and twilled brims. This is nothing now. In an instant, Pieter's words, I'm getting so confused because of how the text dialogue is being just weird right now. Some stuff's getting repeated. I don't know who's talking. I don't know if it's Selena talking, if it's narration, if it's Pieter talking. Jesus. Ugh. In an instant, Pieter's words take away the crops in the fields, leaving behind the barren land and the few shrubs that are there. Alright, my apologies. Pieter takes a few steps toward where Selena pointed, and he indeed discovers Flora's small footprints among some bushes. Following the footsteps in the landscape, Pieter analyzes where the trail leads while advancing. Speaking of which, do you know what the most famous painting among these ruins was? This used to be a gallery, and that painting used to be hung here. Deep within the ruins, Selena suddenly stops and gestures toward an empty wall next to her. It was a long painting of a starry sky. It could have stretched from this end to the other. Oh, I think this is her saying that. It's like the text dialogue is behind by one. It's like a step behind right now. It was a long painting of a starry sky. It could have stretched from this end to the other, covering the whole wall. The artist painted it while threatened by hunger and cold. Selena touches the wall, her fingers gently gliding over the rough surface as if the painting is still there before her, meeting her fingertips. I still remember how shocked I was when I first saw it. The sun above our head has been shining upon us for billions of years. Who knows how many light years those stars had to travel to arrive here? This planet is like an eye, and wherever it looks, it is enveloped by the light of the sun, from the sun. That's a good point. Oh, jeez. Selena smiles, seemingly having found a rare person who understands her. A correction, then. There isn't just an eye in the universe. There are also gazes. Perhaps one day in the future, ours will meet the gaze of another star. When that happens, we could very well communicate with each other, but the method might be unconventional and effective, like writing letters. What do you think, Pieter? Oh wait, god damn it, it's so confusing when it's so jumbled up like this. Okay, I'm just gonna read normally then. No VA stuff, just gonna read normally because it's confusing me. That is all Pieter says before leaning down and continuing his search in the field for Flora's footprints, but then he turns around again. But I must correct you on one thing. Aliens might be a little too far away from us. Even if we could establish communication, it would take too long. We wouldn't have time to translate their language before our civilizations are gone and vice versa. The distance of time, is it? Right, it is a shame then. But even lost civilizations leave behind traces. They would have a long time to appreciate the marks we left behind. And then it repeats it, don't know why. I believe those lives would have expressed their light despite the pain and the loss, leaving behind their marks, and we would call those marks art. Right. Isn't expressions a fundamental part of art? Whether it's done through bruises, or brushes, words, or other media, that expression offered to the world is art. Just like how the starry night was expressed in the painting when even the artist was starving and freezing. Artists work tirelessly to leave behind these marks to share their thoughts with others, even across time itself. Hunger and cold would not stop them when they would sacrifice themselves for art. For that, art might be as crucial to mankind as food or sleep. Ugh. Don't you think? Huh. What Selena receives is a dismissing chuckle. So, according to you, the lives we lost on the battlefield in those merciless slaughters would think about art as well, huh? Selena pauses for a moment, nodding slightly before shaking her head. I might seem too arrogant if I said yes. But I think it is art as long as it is expressed truthfully, whether it is from a mother who gives her life to her child or soldiers who deliver a message to their comrades. As for someone who thinks about art on the battlefield, I'd say that would be you, sir. Pieter raises a brow. Actually, I didn't think of this myself. I learned about it from a scene in an opera. Selena places her hands before her abdomen and begins to sing quietly. Imagination and the freedom it offers. I hope it takes you beyond the ferryman's river. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. A Hero's Farewell, Act 3, Scene 6. Written by none other than you, sir, I believe. Its ending shook me to my very core, juxtaposing death and the mad power of imagination. I could talk to you about my juvenile fantasies only because I've seen your work. You are far more creative than I am, sir. I didn't think someone would still be talking about that work today. The work you left behind during the Golden Age has influenced a lot of people in WGAA. Although you have refused to join us, we all consider you to be our pioneer. Selena curtsies to Pieter. I appreciate it, but please forget about it. Phony is what it is. Selena hears the veteran chuckling wildly. You're good at expressing your feelings. That's what art should do. The veteran falls silent. Selena, all the words you say, you just want to find Florence's girl and ask her about something, don't you? So, ugh. After his long silence, his altitude suddenly shifts, and Pieter changes the topic, calling Selena by her name. Indeed, I was hoping to get permission from Mio to talk to her directly. In that case, what if I tell you that his ending wasn't how you think it was? You looked into the dead soldiers here and sang for them. That's great. The departed souls will thank you for your efforts, but no more than that. The bravado and lofty promises couldn't stand the last bullet that took them. Do you actually believe that they sacrificed themselves for the greater good, as they said? Please tell me if there's something I don't know. Pieter answers her with a low hum. Selena thought he was clearing his throat for a while for what he was about to say. Instead, Pieter is preparing to sing. He has gone through this story in his head again and again, only waiting for someone to listen. Time is of the essence. We'll walk and talk. Jeez, that dialogue was so mumbled up. You will enter the story as an outsider. Discover truth by listening to the audio on the stage. Oh, Captain, our battlefront damage rate has exceeded the limit. The corrupted are coming over to siege us. We can't hold the front much longer. Don't panic, rookie. Don't let fear control you. The collective action of the corrupted, according to records, there must be a corrupted signaling device that rallies them among them. Destroy that device so they won't be much of a threat to us. So, do you know what to do? Locate the corrupted signaling device with a radar detector, shoot them with precision. I disagree. We could reveal our coordinates and attract the corrupted here. So whoever finds that signaling corrupted, immediately contact the others to launch a decapitation strike. This way, even if we fail, it will leave a way for those behind. I object. The built-in radar detector in the frame is damaged. It's very hard to conduct a detection task of such high precision. Then use the high-precision radar in our tactical equipment instead. We have to find a higher location. There has to be a suitable location nearby. All right, I agree. Start searching the map. Got it. I've sent the coordinates to you. Wait, there is a signal tower several kilometers away from there. It will amplify the signals. If we activate the radar there, the corrupted will be gathering even faster, which will leave us no time to retreat. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. The success of the operation is our only goal. All right, let's move. You go with the rookie. I go on my own. Any objections? No. All right, let's go. So I have to follow each construct turn. What the heck? So this is the female construct. Oh, so then you follow him. It's kind of... Hang on. What? This one's confusing. This is so confusing.
ここなら通れそうだ。すぐ連絡しないと。先輩、先輩、聞こえたら返事を。レーダー信号がなぜ？くそ、先輩の通信機が壊れたのか。僕が先輩より急がないと。電波塔なら信号が強いし、範囲も広い。
Okay, and then I gotta go find the captain. Captain went this way. Am I doing this right? I don't know. The freaking guide is so confusing. This is the captain, is it not?
信がこれはおい状況を報告しろなぜお前の信号が電波塔にある発生装置が壊れたのか画像がぼやけて情報が見えないいずれにせよすぐにそこを離れろそこは遠隔操作でレーダーを起動しろこれはああ侵食装置の位置を特定したくそこんなに近くにあったとはああどうか夏の夜に
So then I have to do this.
いい夢を
And then I pick construct captain. Shit. Oh god, this one's really weird and confusing. Oh, so I apparently did it right? I don't know.
出発
So I have to follow the female construct first. And it says until they stop speaking, the blue hint around their legs disappears. So I gotta keep listening. I have to listen to her until she completely stops talking.
私は整備が必要だから、新兵、先に行って偵察をお願いできる。私は後から追いつくから。
了解。
Because she still talks. Yep, there.
くそ、油断した。新兵、新兵、応答せよ。くそ、通信機が壊れてる。仕方ない。レーダーを起動するしか。新兵が生き残れるように、私が頑張らないと。
Audio is really quiet
あと
too.
は隊長の判断に任せるわ。彼なら分かっているはず。
Oh, I gotta go to her now? Or go to this other dude?
先輩、先輩、聞こえたら返事を。レーダー信号がなぜくそ、先輩の通信機が壊れたのか。僕が先輩より急がないと。電波塔なら信号が強いし範囲も広い。
Oh, Jesus.
やっとここまでたどり着いた。発生装置が壊れそうだ。急いで電波塔を起動して。電波塔信号を拡散できる電波塔を。
And then the captain, who's really far away. Hang on. Captain's over here. And then right as he says the corrupted signal device is closed, I have to tap on the special icon and I gotta answer the questions. Construct captain and soldier and then female. I have to do it quick. Oh, there we go. Okay, there. That should unlock the hidden, I think. Okay. As the bass's song quiets down, drowning in the sound of the crumbled stones, Selena cannot help but raises a hand and salutes the veteran before her. Then it hits her that she was not watching an opera in the audience seats. The story she just heard was not fictional. The bass singer has steadily recited a mission report, except Pieter sang it with his old yet flexible voice as if he was performing a solo to a historical epic. Or in a historical epic. It was a story about the moments before a soldier died. In that intense battle, the soldier activated the wide area search radar alone for the decapitation operation on a corrupted signaling device. The search attracted the corrupted to the soldier's location, leading to his demise. That is more or less the same as what Rosalina has read in the reports. Except for the gruesome scene Pieter is showing her in his terminal of the soldier's fate. I watched Florence die before my eyes to send me the location of the device. Then the call was terminated. The terminal shows a set of coordinates, followed by a string of garbled codes. It is almost as if the soldier was shouting out the coordinates in the comms before his voice was dispersed by corrupted signals. Your expression tells me that you can imagine how he looked at the moment he died, right? I suppose there's nothing I can say that will describe how he looked. His tear ducts probably burst from the volume of tears, and those tears would land on the pool of his vital fluid on the ground. He could grow a crystal out from his pain if his regrets were mixed in that pool of water. His expression was frozen on the terminal as his call ended, branded on the monitor, staring straight at me until I received the coordinates. If expressions are art, they used his life to show me this artwork of regret and hate. How affecting this art is that I wanted to hate as well. I've seen so many men and women like him entering the service with enthusiasm, only to end in the same way. The expressions and mourns before their deaths are also similar, like a play performed over and over again. How can a performance like that not make you angry and regretful? Pieter turns his eyes towards Selena, his gaze heavy with pain. Perhaps what I should regret is writing that opera. Had I been a more mature writer. He does not finish, because that possibility is too far-fetched. Selena sighs lightly. She recalls Pieter's earlier chuckle. It was not just dismissiveness, but helplessness as well. That helplessness weighs heavier on her heart than how she was dismissed. No, that chuckle is not that heavy. What really weighs her down comes from herself. Before she decided to look for Flora, she had conjured an answer she would like to hear, the perfect image of Flora's father in her head. She often imposes what she thinks onto others, applying her ideas and values to these sculptures that she shapes. Now, the sculpture is shattered. Her pride and expectation have sunk her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe again. The veteran before her is carrying the same burden, but he has traveled much, much further. He feels powerless, seeing the same aspiration in her. I have to see her. Selena finally speaks after a long time. Florence's daughter. I have to see her. Okay. There's the hidden stage. Two, three, four, five. The Fly. This is the fifth one. Oh, I don't know why I had to count when it shows the progress at the top. Dear Selena, I've got good news. The play I've been writing has an important breakthrough. It happened because I've obtained more information about you. Records from the abandoned space station. Chairman Allen had a long struggle with the Parliament in order to conduct an investigation and data collection on the space station. I've never seen him looking this serious. The squad that eventually landed there retrieved the remains of the lost archaeological team. One of their memory brains miraculously preserved an audio file. It was your voice in that file. I heard the chat you two had and your song. Truth is, it took me a while to collect myself before writing this letter. I'm sorry, but I can't recall how I felt when I first heard it as I'm writing this. I felt hurt and helpless and angry. I can see them on Chairman Allen's face as well. It would allow me to listen to the clip. For a moment, I almost felt like you were there with me. Sure, That was pleasant and naive, but perhaps that sweetness was what allowed me to write this story down. Later in the audio clip, there was only one voice. Your voice. You were talking to yourself. You told me that like talking to oneself is an inevitable step in creation. Truth be told, that too was how I felt when I started writing. It is a peculiar experience. I thought I knew myself quite well, but as I started penning my character's actions, I began to realize there are so many parts of me that I have yet to explore. The ways I wanted the world to develop as I wrote them down. Do you also talk to yourself when you write? Have you ever been convinced, accused, or saved by your inner self? In the 3 years you slumbered in the space station, how many times have you talked to yourself? Tell me, Selena. Yours, Isla. Oh, blood and blades. An impressive battle it was, my brave comrades, but the fight is yet over, for our land is corrupted still, I'm afraid. So stand, stand. Behind you, your homeland you shall guard and defend. Stand, stand. Skybound our home intends. Stop us this bitter earth shan't. The girl before them sings relentlessly, showered in the orange-tinted light. She looks so lively with the dusk focused on her like a spotlight, highlighting the only protagonist on this stage. Only when Selena approaches closer that she realizes the girl's frail body is slightly shaking. Flora's arms show small signs of affection, which must be excruciating for a child. She is relying on her willpower to perform for an empty audience. This is an underground theater. The subterranean design has slowed down its deterioration, and the hidden entrance has shielded it from corrupted attacks. Even the stage is intact. It also makes it difficult for those who search for it. Pieter followed the track to this place, only to be circling it outside, unable to pin down Flora's trail. By the time Selena discovered the underground structure and found the entrance by analyzing the architecture and the surroundings, it was already dusk. Then she argued with Pieter for a while at the entrance. If we take her back by force, she's just going to run away again in the future. Just give me a little time. Little is all I ask. Let me talk to her. She convinced Pieter to stay at the entrance, entering the theater by herself. And she has been watching the first half of the girl's solo performance as the sole audience. As the girl finishes a segment, Selena steps forward. Oh, blood and blades, one by one you've sent my friends away. Selena steps onto the stage, speaking the familiar lines, the very words that her younger self wrote. My dearest brother, a brave soul, scars covered. Before my eyes he fell, the battlefield his blood colored. Noticing an unexpected audience and co-performer, Flora looks ecstatic. Beside him, a noble officer, wounded and similar fated, crawling to the one first erased. Above the blood-soaked man he lies, arms held, his lips pressing the scorched face. Flora tries her best to control her excitement and stay in character, taking a step towards Selena. Okay.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。
Oh, blood and blades. An impressive battle it was, my brave comrades, but the fight is yet over. So stand, bring your home. Stand. Okay, it's going by too quick.
メヌエットの時間です。ファンタジアが始まります。メヌエットの時間です。
One by one you've sent my friends away. My dearest brother, a brave soldier, scars covered. Before my eyes he fell, the battlefield his blood colored. Beside him a noble officer, wounded and similar fated, crawling to the one first erased. Above the blood-soaked man he lies, arms held, his lips pressing the scorched face. Slow down, dear spirit, was his plea. Away will fly if you wait for me. Weeper I am there and then, crying for love, something.
始 アデンツァ。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Oh, Blood and Blades, how it has long been a most familiar place. Lost count I have the days since I first saw your slaughter some miles away. Standing here, your tally I finally know, feet that no longer dance, faces that no longer kiss, arms that no longer hold. My heart trembles, my fear and dread insurmountable. If you hear me, gods, bury my cowardice as you bury my friends. Here I shall stay, my dying breath will guard this land.
展開部です。メヌエットの時間です。ファンタジアが始まります。
Oh, look, do you see? There my comrades carried, there the ship departs. Infinite is the love it holds, eternal will the dreamers last. Away it sails, my hope it hails. Farewell, my friends, my family. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. Interesting. Oh, look, do you see? There my comrades carried. There the ship departs. Infinite is the love it holds. Eternal will the dreamers last. Away it sails. My hope it hails. Farewell, my friends, my family. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. Flora sits on the floor, holding out a hand towards Selena. An invitation to dance. The same gesture the protagonist does before the curtain call. Flora holds on to her pose for a very long time, her expression not shifting a bit. Does she not want the show to end? Selena wonders, thinking that there must be a stubbornness inside this girl that carries her across a barren desert to see these ruins, performing over and over despite the pain from the infection. Selena must protect a heart so frail and resilient. Thinking that, Selena performs the same gesture, and the two of them stand still. Standing still. My arm is getting sore. Why are we bowing? Flora's quiet complaint makes Selena realizes that Flora is not demonstrating her stubbornness. She simply thinks that all actors cannot move before the final bow. Right. This is the end of the Arcadia evacuation. Thank you for watching. Selena mimics the motion of pulling the curtain down. Flora's tense body relaxes as the imaginary curtains fall, and her somber expression turns into joy. Whoa, that was great. So great. I know I missed a lot of lines, but it felt so wonderful to perform a full act. Thank you, miss. You're my first audience. I have to offer you my gratitude. This way Mom would. Her voice suddenly dwindles, and her young body falls. Selena manages to catch her before she faints and falls to the ground. Disordered breaths, signs of affection, hunger, and cold. All of them take their toll the moment the performance is completed. Selena manages to inject Flora with a serum in time, giving the girl water with her water skin. Flora, you need to rest. Yes, you can rest now. Her voice is weak, but still joyous. Then, miss, can you tell me how you feel about our performance together? Of course. Your performance was perfect. Thank you for doing it. Really, that's great. Do you think Mom will feel better if she sees it? A child can be more stubborn than an adult sometimes. Selena was ready for this small, unyielding spirit. Actually, there is more to this story. Do you want to know how it truly ends? Hearing about an ending to the story, Flora's dull eyes glisten again. Her trembling lips have not even opened, and Selena knows what her answer will be. Selena supports Flora's body with one hand and opens her terminal with another. Quietly, she tells Flora a story the way she did with the children in the conservation area. The real ending of the Arcadia evacuation. This ending does not change any prior plot, but it completely alters the theme of the opera. The dying soldier who stayed on the surface gave the ones departing for Babylonia his blessings. With unregretful death and sacrifice, as well as hope for the future, he died as the opera ended. But that was just the fantasy of those who lived. The people from Babylonia were praising how noble the soldiers' sacrifices were, until they received the dying soldier's messages, revealing how painful and regretful the soldiers felt. and these feelings spread to those who saw the messages. Regrets and shame flooded their hearts, followed by indifference, a way to protect themselves. That is it. That's the real ending? Flora mumbles, voicing her first thought. She has recovered much with the serum and water, but she is still leaning in Selena's arm. But why? I don't get it. I don't understand why the writer would think that way. Miss, do you know? Can you tell me? Of course. Perhaps she didn't think clearly when she published the first version of the opera. Perhaps she has been through something else that changed her mind and gave the story a new ending. Regardless of the plot, an author's intent will always reveal itself in the end. A line from the ending can elevate the story, or it can make the story linger. Of course, an ending can also overturn it. Legends and spirits are such wonderful things, but not everyone can place them above their lives. The heroic sacrifice might not be the end. The hero might have cried, cursed, or regretted his choice. After all, the story is not the whole truth. Okay. Flora closes her eyes. She seems to be thinking, or perhaps she is simply too tired, about to fall asleep. Regardless, Selena has to take her away now. Right as Selena is about to lift her up, however, she jumps from Selena's arms and stands. That's wrong. It's not right. Flora crouches, still trembling, picking up the paper booklet on the floor. Those are the creased pages of the Acadia evacuation, most likely left behind by her father. The people who stay behind would feel regretful and hateful. That's possible. That makes sense. But still. She writes down a few lines on the crumpled paper, turning what Selena said into dialogues. And then she adds a few more lines. Flora works fast. She started with words, but now she's filling the pages with childlike drawings and weird symbols. Probably a secret language the girl invented. Writing and drawing, she eventually holds up her script and narrates another new ending after the new ending she had just heard. The grandeur of the sacrifice is just the fantasy of those who lived. The people from Babylonia were praising how noble the soldiers' sacrifices were, until they received the dying soldiers' messages revealing how painful and regretful the soldiers felt. But the people up there do not ignore this pain. They remember their laments and turn that into the fuel that drives them forward. One after another, squads are sent to the surface from above. When the day of peace and liberation arrives, the returned stand before the soldier's grave, giving him the funeral he deserves, and they say, "Farewell, my friends, my family. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free." Right. That's how it should be. The people who got sent away will one day understand why the soldiers sacrificed himself. They were fighting for the same cause, so that's how the ending should be. The child, just recovered, opens up the script with her shaking hands, unveiling the new ending to Selena. Selena, meanwhile, is taken aback. Is that the ending you think will come true? Come true? No, I don't think it is. I think it's the ending that would move me, that would move Dad. I know how the writer felt, but I get to decide how I interpret it. I just think that, even with part of the ending dismissed, there will be more to it when the sacrifice was written so majestically. The stories before the ending made me feel that despite feeling powerless and hurt, the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, the people who sacrificed themselves had received courage and hope. Passing on this courage and hope was why the writer wrote this opera in the first place. Isn't that enough to understand this? The truth might be too complicated. The writer might not understand everything when she wrote it. Prospero, Iris, Magic, none of them are real. And I don't know why the writer wrote them this way, but they were nice. Isn't that enough? Instead of an answer, Flora receives a hug. Selena embraces her tightly. You're right. That was very well said. They are so close that Selena can hear Flora's heart beating in her chest. The same heartbeats as Selena's. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? Once again, Selena does not answer, only holding Flora even tighter. Thank you for rebuting me and reflecting sincerely. I knew you could do it. Thank you for saying what I couldn't say. Those words would be too powerless if they came from me. Your ideas will be carried into your work. One day, they will also move someone else. And that's enough. Lost or hurt, this pureness of yours will guide you and guard you. Even when facing adversity, you will outlast the storm. If this war ends one day, you will become an artist with admirable pursuit. I believe you can do it. Oh, then thank you, miss. What you said makes me believe that I will bring Mom comfort. As hazy as she may be, Flora sits up and answers Selena. Pieter watches from afar. He is supposed to take Flora back by now. Even with the serum, it is not a good idea for a child to stay somewhere with a low concentration of the punishing virus. Instead, he just stays away from the stay. Watching the two girls holding each other. Selena does not notice this one audience. She keeps hugging Flora, hoping to send the girl her thoughts through her embrace. Suddenly, Flora looks up and sulks, speaking in a purposely accusatory tone. Hold on. I have to correct you on something, miss. My dad wouldn't have cried before he died. Imagination and the freedom it offers. I hope it takes you beyond the ferryman's river. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. That's Dad's favorite line. I'm sure you were left behind this blessing as the last words. I'm sure of it. This line. Pieter takes out his terminal. In the message he received, there is a string of jumbled code after the coordinates. Jumbled, however, does not mean unsolvable. Recovering data is a skill that every soldier knows. But Pieter did not do it. When he saw those words, that gaze of death seemed to haunt him once again. He refused to look at it in the eye. But now, he operates on his terminal, untangling and revealing those jumbled words once more. Imagination and the freedom it offers. I hope it takes you beyond the ferryman's river. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. That must be. So, a backbone before you died, huh? Do my words really move you that much? The rookie who joined the army because of a momentary urge never forgot about the sentiments that drove him, even in the face of death. In pain, he chose to pass this aspiration to his comrade. But the rookie did not know that his comrade was the one who seeded this aspiration in his opera in the first place. And now, years later, across time, it has returned to the hands of its author. Putting down his terminal, Pieter lets out a few gravely chuckles. He looks up at the hugging girls on the stage. He sees two flowers blossoming. Art is their name, the soul their soul. Two flowers have sprouted after being moved. That feeling was passed down from that great composer. Through his hands, it has spread throughout time. Not everything is perfect, nor is the journey smooth sailing, but that flower is growing from his legacy. Now it blooms on the battlefield, the sky city, and the crumbling stage before him, speaking the same line he said in haste in the past. How nice. Farewell, my friends, my family. Imagination and the freedom it offers, I hope it takes you beyond the ferryman's river. Elysium bound you will be in the future days when you are free. That's the end of A Hero's Farewell. Thank you for watching. What a great story, Papa. Can I be someone like you when I grow up? Opera composer. I don't really get it, but if a composer will tell good stories like you do, then I'll go do that. I also have a lot of songs I want to sing and a lot of stories I want to tell. I hope my stories will also make people jump up and down like I would. Are you leaving already, Papa? And tell me the rest of the story after you come back. Promise me. When Pieter snaps awake, he finds his hands are clapping. He has forgotten this feeling for a very long time. All he could do now is cheer. Hearing him clapping, the two girls on the stage finally notice their audience. and they stand up, slightly embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me your name, young composer? My name? Flora tilts her head, confused as to why Selena is asking her this now, but she still gives Selena her answer. Selena. My name is Selena. Selena Florence. That's my name. Wow. And she looks so much like Selena too. Echoes of the Ancient Bard. This is the hidden node. She walks forward. She has been walking for a very long time, uncertain where to go. But when she reaches this place, she feels like she should stay here for a while. She walks past ruin after ruin, tallying the patterns and marks she can barely recognize. She even sees a hideous plate that says Evacuation Site 184, Acadia Evacuation. Walking along the ruins, she finds an underground theater. Its spacious hall and the dilapidated interior tell the story of the theater's past grandeur. There is no music in this place, only two dying figures. One of them is quite young, the other fairly senior. The girl is clearly sick, her hasty breathing seemingly blowing away what little life she has left. The old soldier leans on the crumbling backdrop, his injuries suggesting that he was in an intense battle. The red lights from his wounds are particularly blinding. They seem to be infected with some virus. She should remember the name, but she cannot. Calling Conservation 184. Found the missing kid. I was attacked by corrupted during the mission. I'm damaged beyond the threshold. Please send reinforcements. She knows those words. She has heard them before. Not here. Somewhere far away, where a young girl cried in the same way. She does not want to hear that cry anymore. She steps forward, hoping to assist the two figures. But as she approaches them, the girl's breathing gets faster, and the limping body of the soldier tenses up. Did she do that? Hesitant, she stops. She dares not to get closer, seeing how their conditions worsen. Suddenly, the soldier raises a hand, seemingly trying to get up. His damaged frame gives in soon, however, falling forward after moving a few inches. But she finds his trembling finger pointing toward her. She looks down and sees a device. The gap in her mind seems to be filled up perfectly by the shape of this device. It is a transmitter, she realizes. She turns on the device that the soldier cannot reach. After a brief pause, she decides to input the soldier's cry from earlier as well. Then she leaves before her memory returns to her like a deadly tempest. She keeps walking forward. She has been walking for a very long time, uncertain where to go. She seems to be traveling in a universe. Not that she remembers what a universe is exactly, but she can feel the boundless space when she thinks of that word. Then she stops. Light purple petals enter her view, spreading all over the field. As if the boundless universe suddenly opens a purple eye, she is drawn by a tender but unwavering gravity. She reaches the eye. She can hear the rustling of the flowers by her feet. For a moment, she is surrounded by the gravity of love, and the empty void of space leaves her in an instant. She then hears a call. She turns around. The stars that have watched this planet for millennia turn to watch her. She feels dizzy and dazed in their gazes. But she does not stop looking. She watches them one by one, going over one eye after another. At last, she stops on one of them. She can see it blinking. It seems to be singing to her. She feels compelled to respond. So she sings quietly to the star. Alright. Songs of the New Bard. Dear Selena, I've got another good news. My play is almost finished, ready for a rehearsal. I've also got some bad news. I can't complete it yet. There is a haze before me, one that I can't cross alone. Unlike the writer's block I had, the harder I tried this time, the more confused the path ahead was. So I've asked Chairman Allen for help, hoping he can offer me some guidance. How would you feel if you had the chance to see this performance that's based on your story? What were you thinking when you took that probe before the Great Raven Commandant? Were you thinking about what you used to say to your mom? Sacrifices shouldn't just inflict pain. They should inspire bravery and invoke hope of the calm after the storm. Selena Florence, my dearest friend. Tell me, please. Answer me. Answer me with your beautiful voice and sing. Yours, Isla. Eartha Isla. Sorry. The young artist blinks, closing her eyes before opening them again. In the expansive opera hall, one gentleman sits alone, listening to her going through the script in her hand. That's all right. You finished the whole thing. I'm still appreciating the aftertaste. The gentleman shrugs, diffusing the awkward situation. I'm just curious why you kept staring at those letters on the side every time you were done with a scene. Letters. Not very common nowadays, aren't they? Are they your source of inspiration? Not that they aren't, but perhaps I should say they are what the play is based on? Oh, an autobiography. I should keep my curiosity in check then. The man knocks on the floor with his cane, his smile slightly shifting. Anyway, I suppose you're looking forward to what I have to say about your play. Well, bravo. Remarkable work for someone new to the art form. A young opera composer meets a group of art-loving kindred spirits on her way to search for a girl, ending up saved by her past self. Oh, I see. Journeys of self-discovery aren't uncommon in operas, but it is refreshing to see yours presented this way. Only you can come up with ideas like that, Isla. Sure, your writing on the children might be a little too assuming, but that's nothing new for young writers. Probably just your first instinct when you were writing, and you didn't realize it. Mark it down, and make sure you don't make the same mistake twice when you go through your draft again. Thanks, Chairman. But you must know that I'm not looking for simple comments like that. Changes on the script, huh? Don't worry, I more or less got that when you were reading your script. But before I say anything, I must ask you if that's all you want, Isla. You asked me to listen to your new play just to get my suggestions on changes to make? Of course not. I have something else I want to tell you. Isla lowers her head, her gaze turning to someone at the side. That person is lying in her chamber, her hands crossing and resting above her abdomen. Her eyes are lightly shut, the corners of her lips slightly raised, her long hair draping by her sides. Isla tries to call her by her name, but she knows that person is not here now. No matter how many times I've seen it, the Capriccio frame still impresses me with his intricacy. It's only here thanks to your push and design. Did you bring her because you have a new idea for a coating? Nothing that complicated, Chairman. She's here just because... Isla looks nonchalant, but her voice is slightly shaking, and her words are stuck in her throat. I just wanted her to be able to see this. Alright, relax. Let's change the subject. Chuckling, Alan makes a few spins with his cane before standing up from his seat and walking toward the stage. People in the saloon have been talking about you. They say you kept working hard, working late in your studio without sleeping, and they don't really see you that often anymore. They said it wasn't like you, but I think you've just been focusing all your infectious passion on one thing. That being this Song of Flowers you just read, isn't it? It is. Isla turns toward the friend by her side again, Isla's face reflected on the glass of the chamber. It is a face of affection and regret. Have you heard of whale songs? You got me there. I once took a probe and stayed by the shore for a few weeks. I was almost frozen to death, but I heard nothing. Well, another wild thing you've done for art there, Chairman. But that's not what I meant. Isla takes out a remote and opens her portable studio terminal. It plays a slow and soft aria. Alan, with all he has seen and done, is slightly taken aback when he first hears it. The tone ebbs and flows as it rises higher, Suddenly, a vast ocean seems to appear before his very eyes. The female singer is not fully imitating the sound of a real whale, but she conveys the same expression in the melody. A lonely blue whale is swinging its tail fin and cruising in the sea. Again and again it sings, its song echoing throughout the ocean depths, but there is no response. The singing stopped. The song has no end, and the lonely blue whale did not find its kind. Taking a few moments, Alan remembers where he has heard this aria before. Practice number 654 is her unfinished aria. That's right, the one I have is incomplete. She said that she hadn't thought of an ending yet because she hasn't seen the ocean with her own eyes. She'd write the second half after she'd seen the real ocean. Just like this. Isla clears her throat and holds up her arms, suddenly singing with a gentle voice. The tone almost rises, but the direction the whale is heading has changed. Isla is not a skilled singer, but even her simple delivery has revealed to Alan the meaning behind the melody. The lonely blue whale is heading deeper into the ocean. It is still singing, and its voice would have formed a cage around it as it echoes more frequently in the narrow trench. But the cage never forms. Instead, the further it dives into the trench, the more faded its voice is, its echo nowhere to be found. It's almost as if the whale is not diving into the ocean trench, but a broader universe. It can no longer find its tribe, its kind, or even life. And the whale is eventually torn apart by the gravity of the void. Its voice gradually fades until its last wail is silent. The song ends. Isla stops singing. She gives Alan a brief moment to savor the aria before speaking again. Do you still remember Operation Red Tide, Chairman? I do. That was her. Alan does not finish. No one wants to be reminded how it ended. Isla does not continue his sentence as well. She keeps on going. During that operation, a scout from Strikehawk recorded the song from the corrupted Siren in order to compare it with our data. A long time after that, Babylonia's sonar detected a surprising recording. After checking, its sound wave closely resembles Siren's song. A friend from the task force told me about that. I pulled some strings, hoping to get a hold of the recording. But what I got was an audio file with white noise and distorted sounds. But I had a feeling I know who sang that in response. I repaired the audio file. It's a skill every member of the archaeological team knows. This song was what it ended up being. As she says that, Isla holds up her remote to her ear as if she can hear the whale song again. People from the Science Council told me it's impossible to detect and trace the source. For one thing, sonic waves decay, causing discrepancies in tracking. Our radar can only point at a general location. Secondly, it took time for the song to reach us. By the time we received the file, the singer could be long gone. We can't trace it, but I can't help but wonder who the singer might be. Did our receiver mistake white noise for a whale song? Is it an unknown machine playing music randomly? Or was it a lament from a lonely blue whale left behind on Earth? The technicians gave me different theories, but I only believed in one of them. That was her signal. That was her whale song. Isla pauses again, looking at the sleeping frame beside her. There's a metallic iris, blue blossoming on the frame's chest, an adornment for her performance. You might be wondering why I pushed for the development of this frame. It was because I want the whale song to continue. I want to use that song from Earth to make sure her voice doesn't end. Isla turns on her terminal again, revealing a map before Island. Several circles dotted the map like seeds spread onto the field. Whenever we located an area where her whale song appeared, I would imagine what she had experienced when she traveled there. Did she meet someone kind or dangerous? Would she encounter threatening tempests? Did she see the turfy mountains where the sheep nibbled? The banks with pinned and twilled brims? The rainbow across the sky after the tempests? I put all these imaginations and sceneries along her journey into the Capriccio frame. if the person in my story walks the same path and meets the same people as the wanderer on the surface, then, when she comes back, she will know that there has always been another whale song from Capriccio following her. She will know that someone out there in the stars has been humming her whale song, wishing her the best on the planet she loves so much. In the years to come, she will realize her journey wasn't alone when she looks back. She might chuckle, teasing me about how the character arcs of my story are wrong while we modify her frame together. I couldn't save her a few years ago. I can't find the whereabouts of that whale song now. The least I can do is give her a pleasant future. She gave me a soul with her Hamlet. This fragment of her soul has comforted me, so I must repay this kindness. So, you decided to write a story based on her past, didn't you? You visited a few people who knew her during your time away from the saloon. I guessed that when you came to me with all your questions a few days ago. Nothing gets past you, Chairman. Her mind is so alive. To recover her work, I had to find others to talk about what she was thinking back then. I was just surprised to find that Commandant to be one of the people who knew her well. Oh, that's a secret. You didn't hear that. Regardless, I thought I knew her, but knowing the journey she has traveled now, I want to hold her and tell her how I feel. I want to tell her that the theater she wanted to visit on the surface has a replica here on Babylonia. I want to tell her that the opera she wrote is still well loved. Many people I longing for the day. Are longing for the day it appears on the stage again. It's still the pride of her mother, and me. I want to tell her how many people are listening to the operas she recovered. I want to tell people that the song she sang in that lonely space station has been found. I want to tell her I saw her pain and her strength. I saw her spirit quaking inside the tempest, bent but not broken. But she wasn't here. What else could I do? I had to put them into this story. I started writing Song of Flowers when the signal of the whale song started heading toward the ruins of the great evacuation site. I came up with a story based on what happened when she was young, using Conservation Area 184 as a stage. But this time, I let her become a character in her own story as well. I mixed in a lot of different ideas and settings, but most of the characters in the story have real-life counterparts. Their names will be changed for the performance, obviously. Counterparts. I guess the most obvious one was her father, Mr. Florence. He was a legend in WGAA. A person in high places. He joined the fight after being inspired by art, until his honorable death on the field. What happened to him might have greatly affected his daughter, but it took a much bigger toll on his wife. Mrs. Florence spent a lot of time in counseling. Her illness possibly originated from her survivor's guilt. Compound that with losing her husband and having to care for her child, she turned away from operas. She did become very repressed during that period of time, but Mrs. Florence stopped visiting counselors one day while still recovering pretty well afterward. The first time I saw her, she was with someone accepting, and her daughter was singing a lullaby with her. There was only love in her gaze. She worked hard for all of it. She talked to her mother for a very long time after that. I don't know what she said that changed her mother's mind, but she was allowed to study operas after that. One day she ran away to this very theater. When her mother found her, she was performing Mr. Florence's last work as a one-person performance. It wasn't the first time she ran away, but that was the only time she had the courage and the words to face her mother's pain. She said it was thanks to someone who found her performing alone during one of her escapes and offered her guidance. I don't know who he or she was, but if that person could see this performance, I hope the story will serve as my thanks. I'm sure that person would see it if fate allows. Right. Another person on which I based on one of my characters is Mr. Pietro, but I'm sure you've guessed it already. Even with all the talented people I've seen, he is still second to none. The operas he wrote have inspired many writers in WGAA, including her. I was surprised to find a famous playwright from the Golden Age buried in the army. Wait, no. He stressed to me quite a few times that he wasn't buried. This was his choice. It took me some effort to find him and tell him the story, and he agreed to help me with my script after seeing Salinas. I couldn't have finished this without his help. And Pieter was one of the reasons why you came to me when your script was still unpolished, right? Alan's timely interjection gives Isla pause. Isla has been like a feral rabbit jumping around since Alan came here to listen to her story. She moves on from topic to topic, and he has acted like a patient guide, following and responding, but never stopping her in her way. But now, this guide has stepped ahead of the rabbit and planted a fence before her, stopping her from avoiding her past. I can't hide anything from you, can I? I didn't want to mention it. Artist's eyes are sharp. You are quite insightful yourself. But then, those are hard to tell. I thought she was the protagonist of the story in the beginning, but there was a lack of her self-reflection in it. On the other hand, Pieter's role was very much highlighted. It wasn't a wrong arrangement per se, but it didn't feel like what a new writer like you would do. Isla sighs. True, it wasn't my style, but I charged toward it blindly. Didn't think I'd feel this way, but the first time I tried to write a story like that, I was drowned in that feeling. She would have called it... Isla raises a hand, moving it tentatively, seemingly trying to plug the right word from her mind. Or perhaps she has found the right word, but she is hesitant to say it. Lost. After a while, she drops her hand. Right. Lost in the paints of my brushstrokes, in the words of my lines. They melt away from my canvas and fall from my script, traveling along my brush toward my arm, coagulating on my hand. Not that I ever struggled to pick up my pen, but I never thought I would be a stranger to my canvas and my script. I can't even imagine what this painting and this play will look like when it's complete. I wondered how many times what happened to her on the premiere of the Acadia evacuation that put her on the battlefield. In the end, I attributed it to pride. That's my guess. But is that the truth? Their stories and their insights. Have I understood them? Or have I twisted them so that I get the ending I wanted? Every time I step before my canvas, my head is filled with all these doubts. I start to lose sight of what her character would think in my story. So I avoided writing what she thought and just had her push the plot forward blindly. I wanted to ask Mr. Pieter for help, but I just found out that his transmission was lost near a conservation area. It was Conservation Area 184, near the evacuation site, where the whale song was last heard. I was even more lost after I heard the news. To be honest, I haven't made any changes since I wrote this ending. I've been trapped by this feeling for days. I can't take this motionlessness anymore. All my muses will be gone if I don't talk to somebody. So say something, Chairman. I'm sick of drowning in this still water. With that, the rabbit stops, standing still on the stage, reaching out for Alan, asking her guide to point her in the right direction. And Alan already has the answer. Then let me answer you with the scenes from your story. Neither Flora, her father, Pieter, nor she was aware of the whole truth in your story, but they weren't motivated by truth. Each set off on their own path because they were inspired when they were moved by the stories they heard. Stories written by someone else. That was their motivation. That was what drove their actions, am I right? That was why you started writing this story, wasn't it? You visited the people she knew to learn about her story. If I guessed correctly, you have memorized every event and analyzed her character at each point in time. You've walked her path, and you looked into her bountiful heart. You know what kind of pressure made her lose her way, and you know how she held on when she was lost. You said you had her push the plot forward blindly. No, you've made her come to life. If this is just a story with a happy ending, then it would have ended with the two constructs entering the theater and saving Flora. But you had Flora opposing her future self, inspiring and freeing each other. I think she would have chosen the same if she saw her past self as well. Perhaps a story where a person's past and future selves meet won't happen in real life, but you have given each of your characters a soul, and they have all expressed themselves to the fullest. Maybe you didn't create her completely, but then you know full well that the complete her doesn't belong in a story. This is enough. If they can express how you feel, that is enough. I think she would say the same if she were here. You already created the work you wanted to make, Isla. Is that so? Please excuse me for a second, Chairman. Of course. Isla nods, and Isla turns silent, taking a deep breath. The excuse me is not just because Isla needs to stop the conversation. She also needs to create the right environment. Isla waves her hand, and the lights of the theater turn off on her command one by one. Darkness spreads from the audience to the stage, stopping at a ray of light. Isla stands in the middle of the spotlight as if she is the source of light. Isla is always good at turning strange environments into her working space. Right now, the single ray of the spotlight in the dark has provided her with a small studio for her to think. Isla would probably feel too embarrassed to do this if someone else was in the audience. The sudden darkness can be, after all, quite uncomfortable. But Alan seems to be used to Isla doing this by now. He looks pleased instead of dismayed as he watches the rabbit standing inside the spotlight, her head raised. Isla does not focus on the dark. She follows the slowly unveiling stars and turns her gaze to the window walls of the theater. A whole window of stars fills her eyes. Once, Isla would see that starry night and find it boring. Those stars are so far away. Only one can actually reach her, and who knows how long ago its light started traveling. The stars burn themselves so brightly, casting their photons into space in all directions. The photons travel far and long, sailing forward in the cold for ages until they hit a surface, imprinting the brief image of their stars before getting reflected and scattered. By then, those stars might already have burnt out and died. Would the stars have expected a response for their light? Is a response even possible? Right now, looking at the countless lonely stars out there, Isla suddenly feels a sense of gratitude. Unlike them, the light she casts is so much closer to her, almost reachable. That light is cast on the blue planet before her, below her, and she is gently singing. Isla has created this story. It focuses all her inspiration and gives life to the girl in her story. Isla's starlight and her longing have been cast on Earth. One day they will reach the girl. How long will that take? A day? A month? Years? Isla does not know. Her light does not have to travel light years, but it has to traverse uncertainty. Thinking about that, Isla raises her hands. The studio terminal awakes once more, opening a holographic display before her under her commands. She swipes across the display, hoping to open the map with the trails of the whale's song. Instead, a photo of a smiling girl standing among bushes of flowers appears before Isla. Selena. She says the girl's name in a daze. The girl among the flowers smiles at Isla, the same way the girl smiled when she left Isla. This is an imprint of the moment before the girl left. Isla takes its light and reflects it back to Earth. When will the slow-walking, quietly humming star see her light? When that happens, will these two stars that have illuminated each other look the same? The distance of time, is it? Right. It is a shame then. But even lost civilizations leave behind traces. They would have a long time to appreciate the marks we left behind. As long as we keep looking, the light of our art still travels across the universe. Then one day we will meet. For a second, the lines Isla wrote echo within her. Why? She wrote those words, but why does she only understand them now? The gaze that travels between the display and the starry night lands on the sleeping girl in the chamber unintentionally. Of course, because I didn't write them all by myself. The girl's quiet smile has given Isla the answer. That line was not entirely Isla's work. They were the girl's words, written through Isla from her memory. Isla's fingers linger on the terminal, touching her painting. For a brief moment there, her hand seems to travel through the canvas and reach the field of flowers thousands of miles away. If she cannot tell how far it is, then she will keep shining until her light reaches the girl's eyes. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Isla takes a deep breath again and raises her hand. The theater gradually lights up again. Alan looks at her with anticipation. This is really fucking long. Jesus. Thank you, Chairman. I'm feeling much better. Responding to her guide's expectations, she smiles confidently. That's the smile I'm hoping for. You're back. How do the folks in the saloon say it? This is the smile of the blunt, unclouded Isla, who puts all of herself on her canvas. No way, your imitation is perfect. I'll visit the saloon after I'm done polishing the script. Please send them my regards when you visit them. Of course. Well, I still have another problem to consider. How should I do the background story? Maybe I can put it online so the audience can read them for free. Oh, hold on, I got it. I need to do it more cleverly. Aha! An idea just hit me, Chairman. Gotta go. Thanks for your help. Still need to work on the frame later, so I'll just put it here for now. Ellen jumps down the stage in a few steps, dashing out of the theater to her actual studio. Seeing the rabbit-like figure leaving, Alan turns his gaze back to the stage. There was also a girl performing alone on that stage in an empty theater many years ago. The first opera that girl composed premiered on that stage a few years ago. She stood alone against the tempest with a standing ovation as the backdrop. Her spirit played a recitative on that stage, on that stage through the magic of theater a few days ago. Another musical might soon premiere on that stage in a few months. This time it will tell the story of another girl's longing. Wasn't planning to be nostalgic now. Alan smiles at the stage. His words are light and ethereal, as if he is whispering to a mysterious spirit beside him who has traveled light years. Young Selena. When I met her here, I wasn't that mature a writer either, and my comments barely held water. I didn't expect it would inspire her. For a moment, Alan seems to find himself back at the field of flowers years ago, when he was also like a rabbit, running on the field unrestricted, followed by a gentle guide who watches him with a similar gaze to his now. Seeds planted unexpectedly have now grown into an ocean of flowers. I wonder what you would think when you see them after you sent me on this path, Mr. Florence. God, that was so long. Ugh. Oh god, I don't know if you noticed, but during that last note of reading there, I slowly started to speed up on my reading because it was just taking so long. Yeah, it's not the Fantasia, it was still her interlude. It was still her interlude. It was good though. It was a good interlude, but man, that last note was really long. It felt like they were dragging it on for a little too long. Jeez. All right. That's like all of them fully done now. I think all that's left is for me to go through like hidden interludes. But I don't remember which ones I've done and which ones I haven't done. I did Vera's there. Did I do Camus? I don't remember if I did Camus. Oh no, I did this a long time ago. Never mind. Did I do Rosetta's? Salvation of You. Oh god. Okay, I think it was from like Rosetta. I did play through, I think I did his, pretty sure. Oh yeah, I did one shows, definitely, the hidden. I just did hers. Yes, I did this one. I went through hers just then. I went through his. What was yours? Yeah, I don't think I did Pulaos. Oh man. You know what? I think I'll save the remaining hidden nodes for tomorrow. Because it's close to being 6 hours now. My voice is getting thrashed. The No One story is the longest, just for the main. Oh my god, is it? Well, how long is it until I get to No One's? Oh, I still have to go through Starfarer and Nanami. I still have to go through Nanami, Heisma, and Karenina's story. And there is the Fantasia, but like, I still need to play through it because there's like 2 more like story cutscenes to get. Which honestly, tomorrow I might do this just for like fun. But yeah. Oh man. I'll call it a night from here. But yeah, if you don't know or you haven't seen it, I already did put up a scheduled stream for tomorrow. It's nothing too nothing too crazy. It's going to be both a PGR and Wuthering Waves stream that I'll do. I'll start with playing PGR first, where it's just me doing my dailies. I'll do a bit of Fantasia too. I'll play through this for tomorrow. I'll do the other hidden nodes as well from the Interludes. And then after I'll play through this too. I haven't finished this yet. I'll play through this. And then after that, I'll switch over to Wuthering Waves, because the Encore companion story came out and I haven't done it yet. So I'll play through that for tomorrow as well. It's a Kuro Games day tomorrow, basically. It'll be a Kuro Games day. Alright, so with that being said, that's it for me for tonight. So I finished going through Chrome Glory, that was good. Live Imperia, that one was really good. And then Capriccio, that one was good too. I think now my overall favorite would probably be the Imperia one. I really do like that one the most. I do like that one. Yeah, that's all the interludes pretty much done. Got all that good for that. Cool. Alright. So, that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Great stream. Thank you for coming by, Xyz, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. So much reading. It felt like I was playing Genshin Impact all over again. The only difference is that the story in this game is actually interesting. Again, tomorrow is going to be a Kuro Games stream. So I'll play some PGR for the first half and then Wuthering Waves for the second half. So I hope to see you there. Alright, again, thank you for watching. Again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Alright, see you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.